Hello, 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 and welcome to Creative Springfield. Woo, Creative Quarantine Springfield. It is day number, what? I've lost track, 17. We are cruising along, day number 17, y'all. We are beyond the halfway point. Artists are literally, they're in two phases. They're rolling like a freight train right now, or they're pulling out hair and eating fingernails. There's only one of the two places you could be at this point, at the halfway point. But everybody's hanging in there doing the best they can with the biggest challenge we have, which is this technical thing. Nobody anticipated having to broadcast like we did on this show. Me and my partner in crime clock how much hours we've been broadcasting. We have been broadcasting for 72 hours. That means we have done 3 complete days of programming. And so that's a lot of programming for artists that are trying to work. And so I want to commend all the artists for whatever they submitted, because this part of it is probably the biggest challenge. And so we'll address some of that later on today. It's just part of what we had to try to do to transfer this from a physical project where artists were locked into a space working to a virtual environment where people get a chance to house virtually. And I say house virtually because sometimes you want the same experience you would get from being in the same space, but sometimes you're in a position where you just can't suffice for some things. And the COVID situation is real. But I think that the biggest plus that artists have in this quarantine to separate other quarantines is that they're working in their personal environment. And that's the breaker. That's the thing that should make whatever artists are feeling, just exhale, inhale, and exhale, because you're in the comfort of your home. When we do these other quarantines, the artists pack up a bag of stuff that they can put on the plane with them, and they execute from whatever they got in their bag. And in this case, you can go run in the corner. You can find paintings. You can start on things that's halfway done. We're just playing with materials. We gold leafing and sculpting. We're just having a ball because we're in our own personal environments. That's the biggest difference in this quarantine than other quarantines. The connectivity issue is a very sensitive issue because all artists need different stimulation to create. And sometimes just operating in a vacuum, despite the fact that we're all isolated workers, can be a challenge. And so the connectivity issue, I think, probably would be the biggest challenge that we're all having. And that can be a big distraction. If you only get a chance to interact whenever we're online, it's a form of interacting, but then it's not. And it's nothing like if you were in the same room with a person. So we're just making the best out of this particular format. And I think in the process of doing that, we opened another whole realm of possibility with this project. And so while I talk about what we didn't achieve in this project, we achieved so much more. Because think about it, y'all. You would have been completely left out of this process. The artists would have been locked in a room. They would have been partaking with themselves. 12 artists in a room is enough information. We would have had a lot of time to interact, do whatever we're going to do, figure out how we're going to work together, all of that stuff, all the human skills that we learned. But it wasn't open to the public. You would have only come in a couple of isolated moments when we had workshops, maybe towards the end when we had our reception. This is where it's different. You got a chance to walk down the day to day with us. 72 hours worth of it. I know some of y'all like the reality TV shows. Well, this is the closest thing you can get to the life of an artist, because we got all these different personalities. Everybody here is cheerful. Everybody's trying to do the right thing. Everybody's on the task. But we are individually having our own challenges. We've had deaths that have occurred during this. We've had people with health issues flare up while this is going on. And we have illnesses that have taken place while this is going on. And even with all of that being said, we are on day number what? 17. So with all that, that's on my heart. I try to open up the show with telling you or giving you an update on what's happening. We got a conversation with my other co-founder a little later in the show with Mr. Charles Bibbs. But the first person I want to bring in is my co-pilot, I don't even know what to call her. We are the dynamic duo kind of, but that means she would have to be Robin. So I'm gonna introduce you to my girl Robin. Come on in the studio, Robin. I know you're looking for that big unveil. You sitting there eating chips or something. I'm gonna bring you in anyway. There you go. She's trying to hide. Now, she made me bring her in the studio this time.
Hello, people.
How you doing today, lady? Happy Sunday.
Wonderful.
Happy Sunday. How you feeling?
Pretty good. You know, I
You
woke
look
up
kind of bright.
under the weather, but
you look hydrated though. You're looking good.
I know. I've been taking care of myself.
I'm trying to make myself drink more water, so I'm hoping by the end of the show that this 40-ounce container of water will be gone.
See, that's me. I have to drink more water. Now, tea is my thing, so I've been drinking.
Yeah, but tea just don't do for your body what water will.
No, so I've been making myself
looking for an excuse for some tea.
There you go. I've been making myself drink water. So I have a little water.
If y'all see me drinking this, don't think I got like vodka in here or something.
I don't know. It's white. I have little water stations around the studio, so I can, as I walk through, I can pick up a cup.
Hydration has been my hardest thing, I tell you.
Me too.
What's on your mind, darling? What's on your mind? What's on your mind? Talk to me.
Well, I've been going around my studio. I know one of the things you were talking about was connectivity, and I have enjoyed, I feel like one person in particular, and she's actually down there. I have so enjoyed connecting with Karen, and it has just been such a blessing because I feel like she and I have, it's like when I don't talk to Karen in a day, I'm like, where's Karen?
Well, the funny thing about an environment like this, Louise, is that you got people that are like that.
Mm-hmm.
Charles is like that. He's so easygoing. He's positive. He's about the task at hand. He's not going to vent a lot of the things that's happening every day. You never want to hear him talk about
struggle. That's not a good flow. But I feel like, but it's just like you said, one of the reasons I connected with Karen was right here. Right here is where we connected. Right here on this screen, right here, watching her work, engaging in conversation with her, sort of like just having conversation, because Karen and I didn't know each other until boom, right here.
Yeah, and see the problem that we're all having, and I could speak to this. The problem that we're all having is that all of us desire some sort of connection. And so you have people that it's easier to do it with, and you have some folks that desire it, but may not be actually trying to achieve it.
Right.
And so my thing is that, everybody's working different. I have to respect how everybody works. But at the end of the day, the only real connectivity we have is cell phones, text, whatever we decide to do on the side of this, and we're trying to do a Zoom conference to hopefully see if that can connect some of it.
Right.
But right now, our queue is the biggest way we can connect. For those of you out there who don't know what a queue is, when we do this show, we can see who's coming into the studio.
And we see everybody in our
queue. They pop up on the bottom of our screen, and we can choose who we want to bring into the studio at any given time. The artists have been left the option to come into that room as long as the show is on the air. And you got some artists that welcome that and come in when they feel like it and chit chat and crack a joke or two and get out.
And that's just it.
And then you have some that just come in and work. And I don't have a problem with either of them. I think what happens is that they're making an effort to be present in this particular environment because this is unfortunately the environment we're working in. I mean, none of us created COVID-19.
No.
None of us called the pandemic.
I don't know. I probably like pandemic. Pandemic? Are you coming?
Exactly. So this is real. And I'm glad that we had a chance to kind of hash through. We're still halfway in. We still got a long way to go.
We're halfway in and people still have, but I do feel like, because I did feel early on when the conversations and like you said, different people interact differently, but I do feel like being able to talk with everybody right here, because even with like Frankie and all of those, having conversations with them and being able to, and even in the midst of technical difficulties, because I don't think anybody's technical difficulties, you take LaShawn, who's like, maybe, no, maybe,
exactly.
And then you have Deborah, who's also like,
Exactly. And it's not because that's what they choose to present. We
Right.
all have different bandwidth issues with our internet.
Right.
And
But
some
even
people
with
live in really rural areas where they have a better signal, and some people in areas where they don't have a signal. And
exactly. But
so
even with them, I've built relationship, even with, and so it's not a technical thing. It's just personality. Like you said, it's like love having Deborah on. Even with some of the freezing, we still communicate. We're still having a good time.
and she's still cranking out artwork.
And she's still cranking out artwork.
So that's it. And we're not leaning on anybody. We're just giving an overview of what we see and what we experience. This is a real scientific experience right now with all the artists in this particular environment. This is the first time that the quarantine has had to try to process through something like this. And I'm glad that I got the group I have so that I could know better how to manage it the next time. Because there's so many small wheels to make this thing turn that people are not aware of. So without going too deep into it, I'm glad you mentioned that partner in crime. I'm getting ready to bring up somebody who she's been laying in the cut. She's
got a big old grin on her face too.
Yeah, but you know what? She's also filled up our little cha-ching bottle. This cha-ching bottle is for people that use excessive profanity.
We got the bottle.
Yeah. So what happened is we've had some people contribute to this.
Cha-ching.
I think Karen Clark contributed twice, and I think I did.
Ka-ching, Karen, ka-ching.
But we might be about to fill it up right now. I want to bring you my other partner. Without this lady, I can't do nothing. She's a dynamo. When I say dynamo, look it up first. And when you look at the picture next to the word dynamo, it's going to be Rosemary Tracy Woods. This
it's like she's down there praying.
She's the feistiest, get things done, no excuse, hold people accountable kind of person. And that's why we get along so well. Our relationship goes back 25 years. She is one of the galleries that survived every aspect of the problems that have happened with the economy crash, the big downfall of the African-American art market. She's managed to hold onto a gallery through all of those periods. So I think the conversation we're going to have now is going to be a little bit more about the business itself, artist relations, and some other things. So I'm going to tune back in with you in a little bit, Louise.
All right. I'll see you later.
All right now. So I'm going to bring my girl into the stream. Hey, Rosemary, how are you?
I'm fine, Pancho. How are you this Sunday afternoon?
I'm doing fantastic. You're looking representing too. She's got the poncho on today.
Pancho. I just had to embrace myself. And I know the comforts of it and the love that goes into it. Pancho, you're awesome. These artists are awesome. You are such a great guy. I mean, when I grow up, I want to be just like you.
Well, baby, I wait a minute now, because I said the same thing. I said I want to be just like you. I just want to be a little bit taller. That's all I would. I need everything else the same.
Oh,
on a serious note, we've talked about this conversation with you today. We've talked about who made this possible, but I want to go another step deeper. I want to talk about you as a gallerist. I want to talk about gallerist and artist relations, how important those two things are. So my first question to you is that, what do you think is the biggest thing to impede artists and gallerists from working together?
I think because artists don't realize that the gallery is a business. And particularly if you're dealing with a small gallery, or a gallery that's not funded. It's, a lot of people often, you have to correct them. They'll say, the museum. No, the museum is the educational component. They're not interested in acquiring and selling art. The gallery is a business. Its mission is my mission is to provide a venue, a place where artists, BIPOC, or the new term, can sell their work and sell it at a price that they can have a nice quality of life. And I see that with artists who are not of color and the success and the abilities and the opportunities that they get. But to try to relay that to an artist, especially a emerging artist.
Mm-hmm.
Established artists are easier to work with, but I think all artists need to take a course in business.
Mm-hmm. I think that's a valid point. There's so many artists, and we don't want to paint this conversation with one brush, because artists are in multiple categories. You have some that just paint for themselves. You have some that are hardcore on the road, that do shows, exhibitions. You have artists that are established in galleries and in museums. So there is a breakdown. I mean, we have a lot of examples of professional artists that know business.
Yeah.
And some of them wouldn't even have time for your gallery because
Yeah.
you're a small gallery.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
it's a whole lot of other factors to go into it. But there's a new level of entry level artists coming into the market now, and you see them coming, and they're right now in their 30s and in their 20s. And you see a big disconnect between how they work with you and how the predecessors of 25 years ago work with you. What do you think is contributing to that?
Again, I think it's because they don't have a sense of what a gallery is or what a gallery does. I think their goal is, I just want to get my art out there and sell it. I don't think they understand what goes into that. You're not only selling your art, you're also selling yourself in a way, the presentation that goes. A lot of people, even getting to sit down and have a conversation with a gallerist, and I think I'm pretty accessible, but they don't want to make appointments. Just various little things that are just basic business that I see difference. Either way we communicate. Everyone tells me, text me or email me. You don't actually, it's nothing like that personal one-on-one contact. I think that sometimes galleries get a bad rep. I know galleries that rob artists, basically rob them. But it seems if you have any kind of compassion or show any kind of compassion, particularly to artists. See, I can only talk about artists of color. I exhibit all artists, but it seems that when it comes to artists of color, again, I'm not throwing everybody into one shell. It's difficult to make them realize what you need, even to get titles and prices. You know how much time, and I mean, with some of the creation that artists do, I would right off the bat sell my work for thousands. But I don't know, it's just so hard to make them realize what goes into getting your work into the gallery and getting it so that it will sell.
Well, that's a valid point. Part of what we're trying to do through the quarantine is to introduce artists into other ways of promoting their work. And we're talking to now about embracing technology. And
yes,
there's so many other factors to this. But I think one of the things I'm noticing is that, I came through a period that's known as the Golden Age of African American art between 1985 and 2005, to which you had a gallery in that period. There were legions of hundreds of artists that were commercially successful during that time.
Yeah.
And during that time, they had to fast track the business side and even to just be able to compete in this business. And so there were a lot of relationships that were lost. There were a lot of gallerist relationships that were suffering because artists were fast tracking to learn. And in most cases, the galleries were also learning. They had never done this before. Most galleries that were open, they didn't have disposable income. They were relying on whatever they made through their gallery, so that's not the typical artist-gallerist relationship.
Yeah.
And so I know you've experienced some of that too, because you've made some investments in the galleries that you have. So tell me a little bit about how you secured, because you have two galleries in Springfield. Tell me how that works and how that's set up.
So I come from a family. It's always property. So when I purchased property at Classical, I also purchased the gallery. It was a small space. It was right in the atrium of the Classical, and I was selling art with a partner of mine, and we had a location in Hartford where I worked as well, day to day, but it was just too much back and forth. So why not expand? So I started doing small shows. When I say small shows, with artists who work I knew would sell, like Pancho, Bibs, artists who were popular, I had a relationship with, so there was no problem. Also, these artists were older and knew what a gallery needed. Your price list, a condition report, a contract, just some of the basics.
Right.
And it was a very profitable business because during that time there was people had income, and to collect Black art was really more or less in, or the thing to do. And it was a wonderful investment. And not only Blacks were collecting Black art. Most of my clients, my collectors, in fact, a collector called about a piece of Dane that's up, I had taken up to Brattleboro, Dane Tillman. So it was quite different. Again, when the market came, artists didn't know how to shift, because I owned the gallery and I really didn't have to worry about some of the high rent that New York galleries and galleries in Chicago or even Atlanta had to worry about. I was able to sustain. And at the time I was working, I had an income, a full-time job. So I didn't have to depend on the sales. But the sales were better then than at some point when I'm in the gallery at Tower Square.
Well, all things are different. The bottom line is that during that period we were making reference to, that was about 30 years ago. And so you're talking about a group of people who really were eating this up. They were seeking their culture. It was the first time they saw artwork that was a reflection of them. This was around the Cosby era. So they saw all these artists artists being represented on these TV shows, and so they wanted it. And then because of technology and the accessibility of color printing, the things they saw, they were able to acquire. Because really, if you think back to like Good Times, if that work was readily available in 71, 75, this same revolution could have started earlier. But at that point, nobody could afford color printing and it wasn't accessible. And so we saw those pieces on the show, but we couldn't acquire them. And so that's the biggest difference between the Good Times era and the Cosby Show era, is that it primed people to be able to look for people like you. Because at one point the argument was they'd never seen a gallery, or they didn't see any work about the gallery. They couldn't find work. And then suddenly there was 3,000 galleries around the country that were selling African-American art or specializing in African-American art. And so that's a big foundational point. And I can tell you what I believe happened. In the 90s, they decided to take artwork out of schools, music out of school, dance out of schools. I think now we got a generation of folks that are making good money, but never had art appreciation or never had any creative classes. And they got the same money or comparable money, but they have no cultural sensibility.
I agree with you. And we've advocated, I personally fought for years to have art back in the schools. And I must say that with Governor Deval Patrick, and I have to give Governor Baker credit as well, we got to change. They started to realize. So now I'm proud to say that every school in Springfield has an art and music teacher. They may not be full-time, but they're there. And I'm always encouraging the teachers to apply for the Yellow Bus program, which was a program which would allow them to take their students to a cultural institution like the museum or bring them to the gallery of Pamusa, there was a lot of that during that time. But with the pandemic, sure. But on the other hand, we've had a charter school come in and take Roots and Races, the Latina show that we had. And they filmed it and they had dialogue and they taught the children. So that's what I'm trying to do with the exhibition that I have now. But you must realize for a small gallery such as myself, to go in educational, that requires additional money, additional skills, and usually staff that you don't have. We don't have the staff because we sometimes don't get the funding.
Mm-hmm.
Because again, everything is based on relationship.
Well, that's a sensitive subject, because the funding conversation is something that people don't talk about. And even with this project, I know we first started talking about this project at least 8 years ago. And through all of the back and forth and trying to negotiate with people and trying to get things to fit, this is and this year last year we ended up getting a grant and to actually have some funds to work with. Tell me a little bit about the grant systems and how the grant systems support galleries such as yours.
Well, I've been having a lot of conversation about the grant system. I really don't understand how, if you're a small gallery, a small art organization, you get less. If you're a big art organization, you get most, because a lot of it is based on your budgets, and we don't have large budgets, at least I don't. And it's just so much. And again, not beating the same old wagon. A lot of it's based on racism.
Well, I mean, Rosemary, I get along with you because you're truthful.
Yes.
And we don't have to call things out, but we got to call things what they are.
Yeah.
And that's why I asked you that question, because I know the disparities that's happening within the grant system.
Yes. But as I said, I've had some very, very good support. And it's about relationships. Laura Masusa, who was a TDI fellowship, came to the area and we met, and she liked the things that I was doing. And she kept saying, why don't you apply? Why don't you apply? I says, I don't know. I applied for grants and it just doesn't work out. Even if you have a good grant writer, I've hired grant writers.
I don't want to get you off your subject, but this is so important right now. How many grants do you think you applied for that you did not get?
Ooh, don't start me.
No, I want to start you because people don't have a clue.
Okay, since I've become a nonprofit, I say I've applied for about 7, 8. And remember now, that's for a year. So grants run in cycle. So you can say, oh, that's not a lot. But if you apply for 2 in 1 year and you're dependent on that, and you don't get a chance to apply for that again to the next year, but then you just get tired,
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Because, you just mentioned how many you applied for, but talk about the anxiety and the frustration you get to the point where you don't even participate anymore.
Oh, well, that's easy. And my partner, Billy Myers, and I want to send out condolences and prayers to him who lost his mother, is Native American. And he's worked in museums for years and at Smith and started wonderful projects, the conservation, the only one in Massachusetts, the only one in U.S. on the East Coast. So we sat down and we discussed it. And I discussed it with other art organizations as well. And I found out some of my colleagues who did have galleries, they were in positions where the market called for them. If they're paying $10,000 a month rent, they're in a market or in the area that's going to gross that in art sales, even after commissions.
Right.
But for small little galleries in your hometown or whatever, it was just so difficult. So we had already discussed that we weren't going to chase after grants because it was a waste of time, that we weren't going to get them. We just would have to come up with some ways to do it because we both were passionate about what we did. And I must say, it might have been stubborn too, because I've always been a person who believed in justice. And I just thought it was so unfair that artists, even not just African American or Black or artists of color, I saw artists with disabilities, female artists, Native American. Oh my goodness, when we did the Native American show, we had artwork come from as far as Mexico, and they were willing to walk it to the gallery. Yes, they have a Native American museum and an African American museum. We're not talking about museums where they're funded.
Exactly.
And not only are you selling art, educating the public, you're bringing people together, and you're providing jobs, internship, education,
opportunity, period.
Opportunities. And it's not just visual. In a gallery, you encounter jazz, dance, spoken word. It depends on the type of gallery that you have. Some galleries are just exclusive. They only sell art. They have by appointment only, and clients come in and that's it. And there's ways to build. I have some very good clients and I have some wealthy clients. They don't buy art every day, and they usually are looking for a particular piece of art. But now with Swan has always been there, but now with the auction houses, it's very easy for those rare pieces to be sold by auction houses, like Maya, Dr. Angelou, her collection was auctioned off.
Oh, I went to Swan Gallery to see that auction. I was curious to see what works were going to be in the collection. I was also curious to see what rates they would sell for. And I was alarmed to see the numbers that some of the pieces got. Not alarmed at how high they sold, because a bigger piece sold for over 100,000, and people were like, "Oh, just screaming! Oh, Biggers is 100,000." His counterparts would have gotten several million.
Yes,
I went to Maya Angelou's collection and I saw Romare Bearden watercolor originals there that auctioned for just under $20,000.
Oh,
why is it one of our masters, who's been gone for several decades, can still show up in an auction house and people can still secure that work for numbers that are way under their counterparts? So I understand what you're saying. There's a impropriety that's happening in the art business. It's always been there. We survive and thrive in spite of. But I wanted you to kind of touch on the subject of letting people know what's involved with this whole grant situation, because it's not all what it's made out to be. Now, we were fortunate enough that TDI Mass Development assisted us with this particular program. But let's talk about grants, because see, we haven't actually disclosed numbers, and you don't have to if you don't want to, but I want people to get an idea. Like, for instance, the largest grant that I ever got in Baltimore, and I live here, I was raised here, was $500.
Oh my goodness.
$500. And I'm almost 60.
Heartbreaking.
And I'm probably one of the most popular or commercially successful artists in this region. So tell them my range of what kind of grants you're getting, because in case they're sitting there thinking it's $1 million or 500,000 or 200,000, give them a little range of the ones you have received.
Well, I tend to receive the Springfield Cultural Council grant, which I applied for, and there, that's my friend Jeb Buckington there. Hi, Jeb. So it's a competitive grant. So I usually will get that. The maximum on that grant is $5,000. I never get that amount. It's all figures, and it's not because I sit there or not. They know that at least they will have one project for the visual arts that I'll get done. It's more or less, okay, let's just give her that, keep her quiet. Um, because I was just so tired of using my personal money. And
So I want to make sure we're clear. So the average amount you normally get for these grants that you apply for is around 5,000.
Yes, but
And
I never get that much. Maybe
and
3,500.
35. I want them to hear it now. And
Okay.
so the most you ever got for a grant has been what? And you've been in the business for how many years now?
Oh, 21 years before I even got close. Well, I have to be fair because when I was a for-profit, I did not look for grants. When I, Governor Patrick and Mass Cultural Council and the powers to be, the city and so forth, asked me to open up galleries. We were in the creative economy, you know, it was that buzz, putting down galleries and restaurants and making the streets safe. I was for profit. When I created the Artist Square Group Gallery, that was a community gallery and it was a for profit. But after it failed, because artists don't want, again, not all artists, but they don't want to be in a gallery. They want to create, to be able to create their work, or they have a job or something. So it wasn't working. And I posed to them, I cannot do this. This is not a business, it's a hobby, and it still is a hobby. I just can't do it because
labor of love.
yeah, because I have a gallery. And then I was starting to travel and go to Europe and make great connections and get invited to work on projects there. And I was like, well, I don't have to stay here and be abused. So then I started to apply. So then they changed it into a nonprofit, and it'll be great because you can get grants and so forth. Well, 3 years later, I'm getting my first grant, and it was through mass development. And I've got, I must say, through the Community Foundation, I got a grant for board development, because now with this nonprofit, you have a board. So you have other people, personalities, egos, and they're supposed to make this thing work. Well, with me, a lot of my board members were family and friends, and they never sat on a board. All they knew is that, so that was a lesson in itself, and it still is a growing. And then the bottom line of making a profit. I would have artists come and, oh my goodness, it was a nightmare.
Yeah.
And if I was lucky, some work sold. And it was just the fact that a lot of the artists had never exhibited before. And just to see them and their career take off was rewarding. But back to the Catalyst Grant and the Community Foundation, the Bar Foundation, I have really hit the jackpot, because with that, I want to say that a lot of organizations, especially with this BIPOC term, everyone is.
Please explain that, because that's a term that's.
I don't even know. I don't know why they don't.
I'm not certain what it means yet. I just see them using the terms, and it is a term that's being changed for the Latino and the Latino community, and they want to be identified differently. So it is as Linux and some others. I don't understand.
I don't know why they don't call people. And black people, Puerto Rican, everybody, white people. Why? All these terms were just humans.
Yeah.
Humans. So
unfortunately, those are the categories that are coming our way now, because we're in this diversity and inclusion kind of mindset now. And I've always wondered, why would diversity and inclusion, does black end up at the bottom of the barrel again?
I don't know, but it's just like, it's unbelievable. So, well, that's black, indigent, BIPOC. What else? What's P? IPOC. I have to figure it out, but it's a black, indigenous, people of color.
Okay.
So that's everybody. And then this year, we've always done the Puerto Rican exhibit, honor it during Puerto Rican month. But this year, they changed, the new term was Latinx. And
I'm trying to
so,
keep up with the. You got to keep up with the terms, and you got to learn them fast because people get insulted when you can miscategorize them now.
and
So
he, she, it, and he, she, they, them. I mean, like,
exactly, gender
oh my
specific.
God, whatever happened to human beings?
That's another whole conversation, and I don't want you to have to start filling up our little jar here. You know, we
Ding, ding.
designed this jar right here for
Oh,
Rosemary,
please.
just in case we run into some subjects
Oh,
that test the emotions. But she's doing very, very well. She has not had to use it yet.
hi, Louise.
You see, Louise is off camera watching, and listen,
Hi, Louise.
she's our on-staff censor.
But I really want to say that I really think there has been a given credit to the funders, mass development through the TDI Catalyst Grant, and I encourage people to apply. Don't get discouraged. Just keep on. Mass Cultural Council, Community Foundation, Mass Humanities, the Bar Foundation. Now, you have to really appreciate an organization that gives you a grant based on your past work.
Oh, absolutely.
That was for Billy and I. We cried.
Yeah.
I mean, we sat down and we actually cried because
Last year I was selected as a runner-up for the Baker Award, which is a really big award here in Baltimore City, and I've been they narrowed it down from 800 artists down to 6 artists in a couple of different categories. Okay, I was one of the few African Americans for this award. You know, sometimes you hope the seasons are changing and they'll recognize something else. So here I was, down to the last 6 artists, and it still went to mostly Caucasian artists.
oh my
So
goodness,
I've
that's
been living
sad.
my life. Well, you know, it's one of those things. It's a reality. Most it is not necessarily based in the merit of work. It is about relationships, who knows who, but there is definitely a bias, and racism is definitely a part of what we do. We can't ignore it. I just wanted to have a little bit of dialogue with you about those subjects, and I appreciate you and your transparency of dealing with this. You are in this for the long haul. You're very passionate about what you do, and without people like you, this project would have never happened. So I want to thank you for your tenacity.
All the artists, it's all the artists. I mean, coming together, the creativity. And the other thing I would like to say to artists and to just people who are art in the arts, apply, take the time.
Oh
Yeah,
man,
down, but you can't win if you
that's
don't play. You know,
exactly. The lottery says you got to play to win. Well,
you got
now
to
that's
do
what's
that.
happening with the grant system.
Yeah.
You can't sit on the side and be mad and get frustrated and don't apply.
Yes.
You almost have to apply just to have a point of measurement.
Yes. And my other fellow commissioners, which is the Springfield Cultural Council, they have been just so supportive. And I want to also, thank them, because without them, every year I probably couldn't even do an event. We would, but some of the events are really, really large and undertaken. I couldn't have afford to just lose this amount of money on trying to bring forth a project such as this. And I have some other ones. And I'm also looking, the other thing, and I'll end with that, is I so appreciate you, Pancho, and artists, Louise, and all the old heads, because you have that ability and that compassion to reach back and bring someone else. You're great mentors, Pancho. You've always been a mentor. And that's what we need. We have to help each other. We got to throw away all the other stuff and just do that, And I don't want the gallery to be termed as a Black gallery, because the Brooklyn Museum does 98% of African American or BIPOC exhibits. Do you view them as a Black museum? So, I mean, just to get rid of some of the other stuff and just get on board and enjoy. continue to be kind to each other and let all that creativity come out, because each human being has some creativity. God has restored something great in everyone. And I tried to look for that. And if you can exhibit that, that's awesome. If you can't, keep it moving.
You know what? I appreciate that. That's some good words of wisdom. We appreciate your time, Rosemary. We're gonna call you in a couple more times before we. Do you know what day this is, Rosemary? We're on day 17.
Day 17 is Sunday, and yeah, I mean, I just can't believe it. Seems like so much has happened so quickly.
Yeah,
and it's people just don't know.
They don't. But that's okay. We're
Yeah.
trying to show a little bit of it and show the other side of it as much as we can. So I appreciate you taking the time to articulate some things that we just don't know and haven't heard.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
All right, Rosemary.
Take care.
Where's my partner in crime? She's out there somewhere.
Hanging out.
Right. So that was a good conversation with Rosemary.
That was a fantastic conversation. I wanted to add this up here for you so you can see it. BIPOC.
Thank you.
Black, Indigenous, people of color. There you go. BIPOC.
There you go. I got to keep up with the terms, baby. I want to. You got to get it, and you got to get it fast.
You know what? Until I was like, BIPOC, what the heck? It's like, this can't be black. I'm black. I'm a black woman. I know.
No, they'll have another term for you in 2 more years.
I'm a black woman. It's like I was told Karen, I like being black because back in the day, black had power. It was beautiful. All of that. I'm sticking with that one, baby. I'm sticking with that. African Americans kind of lost some of that zest.
Hey, baby, I'm going to remain silent on that because you know I am super pro black. If you cut me, black might come out. So I'm biased. We got another conversation going to be coming up in a few minutes. I'm just waiting for the other artists to log in. Hey, help me out with this. I want to set this up properly.
Okay.
On the subject of these categories and subcategories, talking about aging artists, it's like it's a taboo subject. Nobody wants to talk about the circumstances, conditions, or the about artists that are aging, retirement age, 70s, other phase of life, and the things that come with it. Because creativity lasts a lifetime.
Right.
And so this is the first time we've actually had a quarantine where our age demographic runs from the 20s to the 70s.
Right.
And so I really wanted to try to find 2 of our members that are on the older side of the group to have a dialogue about aging gracefully through art. And so I've selected Lorraine McAlpine and Kathleen Anderson so that they can have a small conversation. So maybe you can ask some intelligent questions to these ladies to help move the dialogue along, because I know Miss Lorraine is probably sitting there right now, rubbing her hands
Lorraine
down.
is in there. She was like, "I'm ready for me in the game, coach. Put me in the game."
Butter. She's stretching. She's ready to go. You know,
right? She's like, "Put me in the game. Put me in the game." Whoa!
But I think it's an important dialogue. I mean, it's a matter of fact. I sent Lorraine. Lorraine and I have been texting more than we've been talking on the phone. And I've developed quite a relationship with her just to try to get the technology thing running right. And, you know, because I'm busy. So if I got time to step off and speak to somebody, it's rare. I wish I could be more present, but I've tried to be somewhat available.
Here you go.
Lorraine. Mature artist. There you go. We needed help. See, your sister is on the money. Mature artists, and we're going to come up with some terms that's more specific. As a matter of fact, I want them to have that dialogue and speak specifically on that subject. So you got to now get your questions ready.
I got to get my questions ready.
I am waiting for Miss Kathleen Anderson to come in. You know, I'm not going to hold up the train though, because you got this lady sitting here waiting real patiently.
No, hey Lorraine, how are you?
Hey,
I'm good. How are
I'm
you?
loving that. I'm loving that silver in your hair, honey.
happy
Oh, yeah,
Sunday.
I love it too. You know, I could color it and maybe I'd look a little younger, but I
Oh no,
just said,
we
Look
don't
at
want to
that, but
go
look
that
at
route.
that skin, looking younger, girl. You got the skin thing
well,
happening.
I have makeup on today
Is that
and
makeup?
lipstick. I haven't worn lipstick in a
She was
year.
like, it's my day. It's my day. It's my day.
All right.
So I know you've been listening off camera at the conversation. So, and we
Yeah.
had a little bit of an exchange on the phone earlier about the
Mhm.
subject in the category. Can you start off the conversation with some of the things you and I dialogued with earlier?
I can, but I'm going to talk about myself personally.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
This is really the best time of my life.
Mhm.
It truly is. You know, you don't have, I wrote a whole list. You don't, you can create art for the rest of your life. We know that. Till you're on your deathbed, you can
Mhm.
create art. So that's a given. But you have no children to raise. You don't have a family to raise. You don't have the stress that goes with life, you know, paying the mortgage, whatever. You don't have any of that stress. Your finances are generally not a problem because you're retired.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you might do something to make extra money, but it's just extra money. Your income taxes are usually considered passive. So even when you sell work, it's passive income. So it's not taxed at the earned income rate.
Oh, let me hurry up and get that in. Let me get mature.
And I'm telling you, it really is a good time. I thank God every single day for the life I live. So then there's more. Okay, so the other thing is with taxes, if you incorporate your art into the business, you'll have all the business write-offs that go along with that. So, you know, your supplies, your equipment, all those things are write-offs. And then finally, time. You have the time to do everything that you think you want to do because you know when you're young you just don't have that time, but you have time to join art leagues, museums, to travel, to take workshops, and do everything that you want to do at this time.
Mhm.
So it's really a good time aging.
That's good. So, what do you think you have in your work now that you did not have when you were, say, 20 years old, younger?
Well, you know, when I was 20 I was on the corporate side for all those years until I retired at age whatever, 58. I think I retired at 58. um, I wasn't really doing this. I was hiring artists. I had my own business, which was the Rain Group, which was a marketing promotion business.
Mhm.
It was when I got married and came here. I got married at 62
Mhm.
and moved to Massachusetts. Uh, and so then, since then, that's when I really started back with art. You know, started with watercolor because that's what I had always done. And
Mhm.
then the last 2 years with oil.
Mhm. So, have you done much exhibiting? Are you painting for the career of painting now, or are you painting for yourself at this stage of your life?
I'm doing both. I belong to the Wilbraham Art League. You know, there's a Hamden Art League. There's the museum, which is downtown Springfield. So what I do is I do exhibit, and in fact, I was on the committee to plan all the exhibits for the Art League. So it's all white artists. I'm the only Black person, but I plan all the exhibits in the
Can
neighboring towns.
I don't want to dwell, Lorraine, but you said that too fast.
Oh,
Can you say that
I'll
one more
slow
time?
down.
Can you say that
So
one more
I'm the
time?
person who planned all the exhibits for the Wilbraham Art League,
Mm-hmm.
which means we've been in all the libraries, all the hospitals like Bay State and so forth. So I exhibit my work all the time. You
Mm-hmm.
know, during this time of COVID, we haven't, but normally that's what we do.
Mm-hmm.
I also belong to the Farmington Arts Center in Connecticut. So, you know, there are so many places because there are thousands of people that are retired that are painting.
Mm-hmm.
So, do you find that it's a part of the art league? Do you find that there's a balance, age balance, or is
Most
it
of them are all retired. Most of
right?
them are
So,
in their 60s, 70s, 80s.
mhm,
But they're great artists. Some of them are
right.
phenomenal artists, actually.
Mm-hmm. So, do you think that that group of people are they well connected? Are they still kind of individual like we can be, or is it more close knit? Is there how would you describe that?
I would describe it as a closely knit group. I've been in it for like 4 or 5 years now. Hi there.
Hey,
Uh,
Lorraine. I mean, hey,
Hi,
Kathleen.
Kathy.
I'm just messing you up, Kathleen.
Kathy.
Well, go ahead, finish your
Hey,
statement,
Kathleen.
Lorraine.
Okay.
Finish
Yeah, I've
your
been in
statement.
this art league now for a number of years, so I know everybody and everyone knows me.
Mhm.
Mhm.
And really, it's about your work. It's not so, I know what you were talking about with Tracy, but at this point, it's your work that really speaks the loudest.
Mhm.
Mhm. Well, we want to welcome Kathleen to the conversation. The subject of this conversation is going to be aging gracefully through art. Lorraine has just given us her perspective of where she is at this stage of her life with regard to art, where it fits, and we want you to give some of that information too. We are not singling you guys out. I know it feels that way, but I wanted to capture something very important. We have two artists that are um, in a
Mature.
mature artists in our group. We've never had mature artists in our group before, and
But
we
you
have
are
two
a
women.
mature artist.
No, not by definition, because I'm
Well,
58.
you look it.
That's
Because what?
okay. Because I'm 58.
Oh, that sounds mature to me.
Well, of course, I would expect you to debate me on every statement that comes out of my mouth because that's who you are. But you are on the screen now for a specific reason, and it's not to pull me down or pull me up with where you guys are.
Mhm.
Lorraine has been, in case you were not watching, giving us an honest account of her existence in her reality, and we
Mhm.
just expect you to do the same. We're not going to get caught up in the labels and the titles. Unfortunately, there are labels and titles that exist.
Mhm.
So if you don't like mature artists, pick the word you like the best. But I would like for the audience to be able to get something from the dialogue on that particular subject because I think it's very, very important.
Huh.
So I'm going to let Louise take over and answer you and address you some questions, and hopefully you'll be able to enlighten us a little bit.
So I'll be saying, like, what is it like being in your vintage state? No. I'm just joking. Basically, our whole thing is this, as we age, because we're all aging, I'm aging, just trying to get your view on how you feel as you age in the arts, as you progress. Like a lot of times you're progressing, you're bettering, you're getting better at what you do. And so do you find that as you age that you are getting better at what you do, you're learning more, expanding, changing, altering? What are some of the things that you have gained through these years of being in the arts? Anybody?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were addressing Kathleen. Here's what I'll say. I feel as though I've totally expanded. There's
Mhm.
another workshop that I do that's international. So
Mhm.
I've had an opportunity to work with artists in Australia and Europe and find out what they're working on and translate ideas.
Mhm.
So that I've tried new things that I have never tried before, and I feel like I'm getting better.
Mhm. Mhm.
My painting is more comfortable. I'm confident. It's easy for me.
Mhm.
So it's good.
Nice. How about you, Lorraine? I mean, Catherine.
Kathleen.
I'm talking to Lorraine. I'm going to move you right here, Catherine, so I can. There. How about you, Catherine?
I'm a Kathleen, not a Catherine.
Kathleen. Right. How about you, Kathleen?
I'm not quite sure how to answer that question.
Mhm.
Um, when I think of myself, I think I'm 35.
Okay. There you go. Well, how is
And
your 35 progressing?
yes. So let's see. So I have shifted my focus. I started out as a worker with yarn and
Mhm.
thread until I was a teenager when I started sewing.
Mhm.
Um, and as a result of that background, the knitting, sewing, I had collected yarn and fabric and knitting needles. Um, then in the mid 90s, I learned about polymer clay. And in 2006, I flew to Seattle to take a workshop with a number of the big names in the polymer clay world. And that just shifted my whole orientation to how I do my work. Recent gathering of people with the Smithsonian Institution included me, and we were talking about African Americans in the creative environment. So there were 70 of us split up into 5 groups talking about art. And the curator, Diana Njai, refers to us as makers. So we're makers. And so I've been making with polymer clay now for a little over 20 years, not quite 20 years. So I think that I have learned a lot about working with polymer clay. It is it feeds my soul, and so much so that I have set aside the sewing machine and the fabric and the yarn and the knitting needles set those aside to work with polymer clay. And I would guess that I have graduated into the expert field or the highly experienced field.
So you feel like that's come with that has come with age, in the sense that do you feel like that's come with age, or you just feel like that just has come with the experience, the fact that you've been experiencing? Because that's one of the things that I'm looking at is as we grow and from taking, like, I'm looking at you from your 20s till now, how has your artistic world shifted?
Well, it's shifted only in terms of the medium that I'm working with.
Okay. So you feel like it's only shifted. And so Lorraine, you feel like, how has your artistic world shifted from when you were 20 till now, till, where you are now?
I know what you're saying, but I started my career in my 20s as a fashion illustrator.
Right. Okay.
So it was using that pen and ink watercolor to just in the last 5 years taking up what is it that I do? Oil. So it has shifted, but it's not an age thing or a mature thing. I don't think. I think it has to do with the time that you put in. And that's why this particular quarantine is really good, because I find I'm painting more. But it's really all about time. It's not so much age.
But one of the things that you did say is you have a lot more time. And I guess one of the things that I'm looking for is like, we have a certain amount of wisdom in our 20s, and then we have a certain amount of things that we've learned over the course of years. So what kind of things have you learned that you didn't know during this transition or during this time as you have grown as an artist?
Okay, I can tell you, it's how to eliminate things out of your life so that there's no clutter. When you're in your 20s and 30s, there's a lot of clutter around, because there's children, there's schools, there's private schools, there's college, there's all those things. And at this point, it's a matter of elimination. So I can look at a situation and like, no, not going there. No, I'm not going there, because I'm focused. So I'll say I'm more focused on where I want to go and what I want to achieve.
Okay.
So what comes up for me with that question, I wish that someone had told me in my 20s that I could make a living as an artist.
Okay. And so, and that's good. I mean, because that's one, I think Pancho and I, we've talked about that, about how a lot of times people have told you that art was not way of making a living. So, and Lorraine, you started off in a totally different market as far as making money. And then
Right.
what made you shift to?
I just want to make one correction that
Okay, go
people
ahead.
didn't tell me. Nobody told me I couldn't make money
Uh-huh.
as an artist,
Mhm.
but nobody told me that I could make money.
Right, right, exactly. And so,
So
when did
it
you
was.
come to that awareness?
Let's see. I don't know. I don't know when I came to that awareness. I can't tell you. Was I in my 40s? I don't know. Maybe.
Mhm, mhm.
Was I?
So,
I don't know. How old are you?
me, I feel like I'm a mature artist. I think I'm 55,
Woo!
56 or 50. I'm 50
That's a great
something.
age.
I know. I love it. I love how old I am. And I don't mind going, I got some gray too. Can you see it?
No,
All right, it's in
Yes.
there. It's in there.
it's
It's in
in
there.
there.
And I don't color. I'm going gray gracefully. So, but I guess the other question I want to ask you is in the art world, and I know Kathleen, you're in the art world selling, doing shows and things like that. In the art world, do you feel like there is somewhat of a change? Do you feel like as you progress and as you get older, as far as slowing down, speeding up, where energy, not just energy level, but just in the pursuit of your career?
This is all new for me.
Okay.
It's new, so
Mhm.
I don't have a lot of years to address that. You might have been professional in doing shows and stuff longer than me.
Mhm. Mhm. So how long have you been in the actual art world as a professional artist selling your work?
I wouldn't actually call myself a professional artist either,
Okay. Okay.
because I'm not making any money at it,
Uh-huh.
really.
But you are
So
selling your work.
that'll be nice to make some money.
Okay. So are you okay? So where did you start then, Lorraine? I mean, Kathleen.
Where did I start?
Mhm.
What? So,
Where did you start? I mean, I know you did yarn and things like that, but what I'm asking is where did you start when you came into the art arena of selling your boxes and your jewelry and things like that?
so let's see, where are we? 2001, 21 right now. Maybe 5 years ago.
Okay. Okay. So you started selling your work about 5 years ago?
About that.
And Lorraine, you started selling your work when?
I would say selling my work. And really, I probably have sold things all along,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm gonna say maybe 2013, 2014.
Okay. Okay. All right. So you guys are still fairly new, which is great. Which is great. So you guys
And
are fairly
let me just say this: I don't paint to sell work.
right.
I
Right.
paint for
Exactly.
the joy of painting. So if I never sell a piece of work, it's
Right.
not going to change my life.
And that's one of the things that I want to target is with what you do, because I have met a lot of mature artists, and not saying that I'm not a mature artist because I feel like I am, that are older than I am, that their art, what they do in their art world is basically more for them than actually for art. Is that how you feel as well, Kathleen?
Not exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Not exactly. So the knitting and sewing was more for me.
Okay.
And when it occurred to me that I could possibly use my making as an avenue for income,
Mm-hmm.
I agreed to knit and sew for other people.
Okay.
And I hated it. I regretted every time I accepted a job. I regretted it. absolutely regretted every single second that I was doing it. And I realized that it was probably because the decision to knit and sew was personal. It happened the day I was leaving my best friend's house, and her mom, as I was leaving, told me that she knitted her own sweaters and she sewed her own clothes. And in that instant, as soon as I heard her say that, I decided that's what I was going to do.
I remember.
So I think that knitting and sewing was a personal decision, was a decision about a personal aspect for myself, and not something I would do for, not something that I could do for other people. Although my ex-husband wrote a play and I designed and constructed the costumes for that play, and that was joyful. But other than that, no, knitting and sewing for other people like I said, I regretted. I had hated. And so I stopped making the decision to do that for other people. But when I learned about polymer clay and started working with polymer clay and making things, I realized that I could make things and let it go to somebody who wanted to buy.
Oh, okay. So what would you recommend to a younger person that's getting into the arts, in the art world in their 40s and 50s regarding time management? And how would you balance your art growth with your family, job and family? Because I know, Lorraine, you were like, family's gone, done with that.
Right.
So, and Kathleen, I don't know if you still have younger people or family, husbands in the picture still, but how would you, what would you guys tell to somebody that's joining into the art world? Because you guys had jumped in at a later stage than, say, someone at this time.
Well, I can say this from what my best friend and I both went to art school together, and I went on the corporate side, as I said. She stayed as an artist, and she still is an artist.
Okay.
She made so much money because during the 90s, everybody was buying Black art, and she became very wealthy, I'll say, because she knew how to manage her time. She had a son that she raised, that she put through Boston College, completely on the money that she made. She's bought houses, so she was able to get rents coming in. And she lives in San Diego now, but she's still doing art and making money, believe it or not. So it can happen. You just have to have really good time management, and you have to be focused on where you want to go.
Right.
So I have done certain shows, and my work has exhibited nationally, like the Museum of Science and Industry in Chicago. My work was part of 2 Smithsonian Folklife Festival marketplaces, and it is not supporting me. It's barely supporting the cost of materials for me.
Right.
And I sometimes wonder if it might be the medium. People don't understand what's involved in working with polymer clay. So a lot of times I think it's that thing that's for kids. It's that kids thing. And they have no idea what is involved in producing. I know of other polymer clay artists who are making a living with it. And maybe it's the audience that I'm around that is the hiccup. Maybe it's the audience. I know of a couple of people in particular I have in mind who sell their work on a website called Artful Home, and it's also they do a catalog, and I presume those people are making fairly good bucks. I know that the prices on their work is up there.
So
anyway.
Okay. So do you find that, like, as you age, do you find that there are some physical limitations? Because I know, Kathleen, you're definitely with your clay, rolling it and things like that. And Lorraine, with, you have that giant brush. We're always commenting on the giant brush, Lorraine.
That's true.
Do you find that there are, or that you may have some physical limitations to what you do or how you go about doing it? I mean, are you just aware of that? Is that something that you're aware of?
Yeah, yes, of course. With everything in life, and like I said, it goes back to time management. I know that if I'm up at 6:30 in the morning, and I'm usually up at 6, by 7 o'clock, I'm ready to take a nap, and then I might sleep for an hour, and then I get back up, and then I can work some more. So I really have to plan my day according to that, because it's true, you don't have the energy. I don't have the energy, I'll say, that I had when I was 30 or 40 or even 50. 70 changes everything.
So I have a different experience. I feel fairly energized most of the time. And even if I was tired, if I started working with polymer clay, I would be energized for hours and hours and hours.
So one of the things I'm sorry, were you going to say something else?
Well, I was just going to say that there are, I know of, read about a woman named Ernestine Shepherd. She's from Baltimore. She's 84 years old. She's a bodybuilder.
Oh yeah. But I'm pretty sure she has, at 84, she still has some limitations. Because I do know a lot of older people that are very physically fit, at my club, and they still have some limitations. Even though they're very physical and they work out every day, they still have some limitations, whether it's like Lorraine said, having to go to sleep and resting. There are some physical limitations that even they have that they're aware of. But one of the things that Lorraine mentioned early on was the freedom. Being where she is now is she has a lot more freedom to work. She has a lot more freedom to do a lot of the things that she wants to do in her art. Do you find that you have more time, or have you retired, or are you retired, or are you still in the corporate world? Are you still in the doing those kind of things?
Are you talking to me?
Lorraine, I mean, Kathleen,
Okay.
not Lorraine, Kathleen.
Yes, and yes.
Okay. So you still have a physical job.
It's a consulting job that's on call. It's just usually a couple of times a month. I reviewed teacher certification tests for a company that writes tests that help certify people to be teachers. But I'm retired from my regular job.
Okay.
Okay. So I do have a business that I run. It's called the Rain Group, and it's a property management company. And really, I manage 4 condominiums that I own in Hartford, Connecticut, and then 1 family property here in Massachusetts. So that keeps me quite busy too.
Managing buildings is no joke. I know. So you both basically still have physical commitments to some form of employment. But one of the things so even in that, do you find that you have time for your work because you don't have children to cater to at this point in your life? I mean, you might have grandchildren and things like that, but do you find that you have more time to really focus on what you do, focus on your craft?
So I'm a community person, and I was going to say community organizer, activist. So I am quite busy with, I'm on a subcommittee for the school board here in town in Amherst. I'm the New England co-chair, female co-chair for the National Coalition of Blacks for Reparations in America. I'm part of several other smaller groups that are looking to address reparations both in the state of Massachusetts as well as nationally and in the town of Amherst. So I'm so I have a schedule that is very much like having children, in that it, you know, it takes a certain amount of time. I'm part of a gallery in a neighboring town, so I have certain kinds of responsibilities with the gallery. Mine is with the setting up, doing the media stuff. So I think that my time is flexible. It's not rigid, so I don't have to be at a particular location at a particular time. Like when I work for the school district, for example, you know, I don't have to be there at 8 o'clock in the morning and work until 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So my time is flexible, but I still have responsibilities.
Right. So do you, so this question is how much of your time does your art actually occupy, as far as, because I know you said that you're not a professional artist. So how much of your time does your art actually occupy? Doing your art and being creative occupy?
Well, I have sort of been on a hiatus for a while. I have been making with polymer clay consistently for so many years, and I have an abundance of pieces and projects near completion or at the beginning stages. So how much time? I mean, I could be spending 30, 40 hours a week or 60 hours a week if I focus on it like that, but I don't. And I don't keep track of it because it's, I don't keep track of it like I would. I don't, you know, punch the clock.
Clock in and out. How about you, Lorraine?
Well, you know, my art studio is right down the hall. It's right in my house. So I can pop in and out all during the course of the day, to be honest with you. And as you know, I really like to paint fast and get it done fast. So, you know, I can do a painting in an hour, a small painting. A large painting I can do in 2 hours or 3. So really, I don't really have to spend that much time with it.
Okay. So okay. So
and for me, it's different. I can't think of any of the projects I do that take an hour or 2 hours. Days.
Right.
I'm looking at days.
What prompted you to do this creative quarantine? And the reason I'm asking that is because it does require a lot of time, and it does require commitment. And so I'm looking at and trying to find what the commitment level is from the, you know, and not just, you know, not even looking at your age or anything, but trying to see where is your commitment level and what prompted you to do this project, knowing that it had so much commitment dedicated to it.
Yeah, for me, my goal was 30 paintings. And that was
I'm pretty sure
that number was, you know, creating, which I don't necessarily do. You know, like I said, I did do 50 paintings last year, but it was 1 a week. So to do 30 in 30 days is a major, major challenge. So it's the challenge that I took on that I decided to do this.
Okay.
And for me, it wasn't about quantity. It was about the idea that experimental processes were to be one of the focuses, that we're to look at ways in which doing things we haven't been doing before. So, you know, I don't know how many people are actually doing that, but that's part of what attracted me, was to experiment with things that I hadn't before. I have looked at other clay workers, not just polymer clay workers, but also earthen clay workers, and some of the things that they have done that are not jewelry or containers, but that are wall pieces. So that, I thought, well, this will give me an opportunity to actually focus on doing something outside of my normal routine. And one of I belong to two groups of polymer clay workers. These are women who are advanced workers in polymer clay. And one of them paints her pieces. She uses paints on her pieces rather than using the colors of the polymer clay to color her pieces.
Yeah, we noticed that you did do one of those.
And she does, I'm sorry?
I said, and we noticed that you did do one of those recently. You tried it.
Yeah, and it was a 2D thing. So I'm talking about 3D structures that are, so she paint, like I said, she colors hers with paint and not using the polymer as the color.
Right.
So that was something that attracted me. Doing the 3D wall tiles, that also attracted me to this. And so it was an opportunity to do that. Originally this was going to be an in-person event. And so again, like Charles Bibbs mentioned in his review that showed last night, that the opportunity to be involved with other artists, to be in person with other artists, to talk to other artists, to share thoughts and ideas, was also something that attracted my attention. So I just saw this as a way to get out of my comfort zone, so to speak. And I've been making jewelry and boxes, and I don't think of myself as a jeweler. I think of myself as a polymer clay artist who happens to make jewelry with the polymer clay. And boxes. So the heart boxes have drawn attention from people. People seem to be interested in them. They still, like I said, I'm not making a living. It's not supporting my livelihood, my lifestyle.
Well,
but maybe one day it will. So the more exposure that they get, I get. But for this particular experience, doing something out of the ordinary for me is what seemed to be the most exciting thing, that I could, this will be an opportunity for me to do the 3D tiles that will hang on wall, that can hang on a wall. I'm not, so like I said, I'm not a painter, although I did paint that thing. I'm not a painter.
Yeah. Well, we really wanted to try to focus on the discussion around aging. I'm glad you ladies were able to contribute your opinions on the subject. I know it's one of those subjects that people don't want to discuss in any way, shape, or form. We feel uncomfortable about bringing up different things, but I want to thank you both. Both of your perspectives were definitely different. Respect all of them, because this whole group has all different kinds of people from all different walks of life. So we want to thank you each for engaging in this conversation, and thank you, Lorraine. Thank you, Kathleen. And we will have other discussions on different subjects as things go on. So you guys have a wonderful day. Ladies, have a wonderful day.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Good seeing you both.
You too.
So I think that was fruitful. You know, it's I
thought it was very interesting. And we got lots and lots of feedback. I'm glad you were able to put the questions up, because I kept seeing them going through. So it was nice being able to have them and put those up, because we had a lot of responses.
Yeah, because the response coming up pretty steady. People had some really great things, great questions and great comments.
They really did. They really did. Thank you guys so much for those comments and questions.
This is one on the screen that I really thought was nice.
I thought so too.
Get a chance to actually see that, you know, with all the conversation that was had. So thank you, Sharon Brinkley, for your words of wisdom. We have another mature artist, Dr. Cavalier Ars, who lives in Springfield. She made a nice comment too.
And that's one of the things. Her comment prompted me to make one of the statements that I made, because it's true. Even though we may not feel that age change, and even though we may feel, 30 or whatever, there are still, like I said, when I run into my gals at the club and they're 70, 80, and they're in there pumping and getting it in, they still have some limitations where they're like, I'm going home to go to bed, and
Well, I'm going to get ready to share a couple of presentations and see
Right.
what's going on. So we're going to take a little.
Look at Karen down there. What is she doing?
Put her on the screen.
Larry Karen up because she Miss Karen, look at her. She's been wanting to show you this.
Oh, she has been working. Look
Oh
at that.
yes.
That looks fantastic.
Look at
Somebody's been putting in the work.
she's been putting it in. Look at her.
And it's cleaned up and everything. Look at you.
She's been down there. She's been down there poking at us the whole time. Like, put me in the game, coach. Put me in the game.
No, I was listening. I was like, yeah, that's good. That's good.
Actually, we were supposed to have a creative discussion with Karen Clark and Sheba Maya, but Sheba must be busy today.
I know.
Charles Bibbs will be coming up in about 6:30, so we'll have a discussion about some things too.
Next time we'll have a discussion. We ain't got to worry.
Girl, what you want to talk about?
See, me and Karen get all our discussions done on the phone.
Well, actually,
and they be pretty good.
Well, first of all, the subject that was going to be at play was a discussion on creativity. So now that y'all both here and you said you could, Louise, you're now going to replace Miss Sheba Maya with this conversation. So
Miss Karen is the creativest thing on the planet.
So ladies, this is the question. I want you to describe to me what you think true creativity is and how it governs your life.
Ooh.
You're asking me that question. Wow. Wow. Okay.
I'm asking you both that question.
Creativity is
I'm asking
I don't know.
both this question.
Okay, you go first.
Boom,
Louise.
we're gonna do a 3.
Okay, Louise, you go.
You want look at Karen. I go. What do I think creativity is? I think creativity is Karen Clark. You were supposed to do because that's what creativity is. I'd have to let me look it up. From my standpoint, creativity is energy. It's energy that we've received. It's energy that has that we embody as a creative being. My whole creativity comes from above because I was created by a creator to create. So in that, I find that creativity is an energy that is a part of who I am and I think part of my makeup.
Yeah, and I think that what you're saying, I agree with you completely. I think that it is, it's everything that surrounds you every single day, and so sometimes you just have to pay attention. The butterfly you saw, the owl that just perched on the somewhere, a hummingbird that came to your face,
the flowers, the trees. It's like everything. It's everywhere. It's like the air you breathe. There is nothing that is not a part of creativity. I find that there is absolutely nothing in life. And that's why it's like sometimes when you're around people, it's like, what, you didn't see that?
Right. I have done that. Or when you go like this.
And I love the fact that everything, it's almost like you are so alive that everything that you see stimulates you.
Even words, one word to a song. That's how I got, one title. And I said, that's what I'm going to do, and it was like Tales of the African Mermaid. And then I went from Tales of the African Mermaid. Okay, well, here, let me find out about hurricanes. Why would a mermaid and a hurricane, how, then it becomes where you're breaking it down.
Yes.
And it is so inspiring. And I love, I love being, I love our history, but I love other cultures and how I can pull those stories in.
Yes.
So I am one of those people. I am documentary. I mean, like, I have a long list in the history of my, my phone of what I'm going to listen to for the day,
Oh,
and so that I
wow.
can be inspired. But it could be one word that makes me go look up the history of something. And
Oh yeah, I'm so that way. Like, I'll hear something and I'm like totally like Pancho was, what was the black thing or whatever, and Pancho was like, well, what is it? What's the whole thing?
Right.
And I'm like,
Right, right,
I'm right there,
exactly.
I'm like, what is it? I want to know too. I want to know the full definition, because I find that if you know the full definition, then you can actually you get the fullness of it, and then you can, out of that, once you learn it, you can actually pour it out.
Right.
I always tell people, what we do is what you see, what we do, what they see, what Karen do when they see the bowls and the cups. It's just, that's the overflow. I tell people, that's merely the overflow of my creativity. All of this, my creativity, I am so full that the world gets the overflow.
Right. I mean, and that is a true statement, because I am full every single day, and if I had to break it into, break it down. I kid you not. It's like a Soul Train line. I'm walking in my studio and I'm like, oh, it's about to be on in here. What are we doing? And then having, like, all of these things being processed. So right now I'm carving. I have some glazing over here. I have some assembly, to put over here. And then I'm thinking thinking about my wheel, like, so what are you going to throw next? And so that it can be ready for you to go ahead and use that clean palette. And then, what are you trying to sculpt as far as a body? What is the story? What are you trying to deliver?
Right. And that's the whole thing. And I love that. And I think that's why our energy is so, it's like I said, when you went to see Pancho, I was like, I didn't talk to Karen today. As if we talk every, you know what I'm saying? As if we talk every day, or as if we're like we were bosom buddies from way back when.
Right.
I had that in my head. I didn't talk to Karen today.
I know. I know. And you guys, I have the pieces that we had done, and I I haven't even looked at them. Like, I looked at them one time, I took a peek at them and said, hey y'all. But like, I have not actually sat down to look at them and go, hey y'all, like, look at the details. But it was what I do love about creativity and also creating with other artists. It is very humbling to be able to work with another artist and learn how to be quiet and listen to what they have to say, but also think outside of the box of, okay, well, this is what they've given me. Now, how do I work it where I'm okay? Because Pancho was like, come on.
Right.
Like,
and that's just it. Right.
Yeah,
that's one of the things we had talked about today. It's like taking something that you learn from somebody else, and then you really make it yours. You make it who you are. Because one of the things you said is like, yeah, Louise, if I was doing that, I'd put the tube in it. Then it becomes Karen.
Right.
Then it becomes Karen's. And that's the whole thing. And I think that's one of the things that I really love is, and I love watching you, and I love what you're doing, because you are like, I'm up in here in my studio with my music on, and I'm like dancing. And my kids, I remember I was telling somebody the story. I said one time my son was he was calling upstairs to me, and I said, hey, I was on the I was live, and my son said, Mom, we didn't know, because you break out in song everywhere, anytime. So we didn't know that you was recording or whatever, because that's just you. And I feel that all of that embodies, that's all of that creativity comes out, and that's when I first met you, when you came and did your test, and you were like, hey, I was like, all right.
Right. And and I want people to understand that, yes, this is who we are, but we also have our downtimes too.
Oh
we
yeah.
actually have to just be just be in the space of where we are, or just whatever it may be, You know,
Right.
I like that kind of time too.
Right.
You know,
Oh no,
so
quiet time is like the best. And
Right.
honestly, I'll be honest, the reason why, because people are like, Louise, you live stream, you do this. And I said, honestly, the reason why I can do it is because I have personal time. I
Right.
have private time. I have time. It's like, no, you're not going to see me 24 hours a day, because you have to have that time in order to come and be here. You know,
Right.
it's like you have to, and I feel, and I find that it's, I always tell people, you have to have somebody pouring into you in order to pour out into other people. And if you don't, and that's what we get when we're blending together and we're working together, you pour into me, Karen. And Pancho pours into me, and we pour into each other, because
Right.
if you're just pouring out, what happens? You
Right.
empty out.
Right.
So by having all of these other artists around, and you're getting, I love being around other artists. Why? Because I feel like I'm constantly being poured into and learning, and then in the process also being able to pour into other people.
Right.
So that's what, you have to have that charging. You have to have that charging. And we do have our downtimes.
Yeah, because I have to purge all of that, because if I don't purge that, then I would never sleep. And so I have to purge it and put it on paper, or, you know, take a photo of it, or take a note of it. And so, and I always like the verbiage that somebody uses, saying, you have a plate, it's on the plate, eat what you want off of it, and put the other plate, put the other stuff someplace else. Until
I always
a
call
later
it,
time.
take the meat and you throw out the bones.
Right. Yeah. So it does. It really, it's cool to, it's cool to be a creator. I love creating because I love to be able to tell a story, and it's my story. But, you know, I love when people look at the work and they're able to tell a story that they see within there. And so that gives me something else, you know. So I'm like, oh, that's the story? Okay, well, here, let me take a little pinch of that too and put it in my little pouch, you know.
And that's
so I love that.
And because one of the things that I wrote on my if you on my website, it says that my work embodies every person I've ever met, every place I've ever been, everything I've ever done. Everything. My work embodies everything, who I am, what, you know, and that's what I feel like. It's like my travels, and and it's the same. It's like your work embodies your travels. When you show those different things, I am just like, these are amazing. These are amazing. And then once I talk to you, I see all of those things in your work, all of those things in your work.
Right.
And I'm going to read this question and you talk. Karen.
Okay. Well, and I am also inspired by the teaching that I get to do. And so I get to teach class, and those students that I teach during the week, they inspire me, but I'm also glad that I'm able to inspire them and have them be proud of the work that they're doing to take out to the world. So it's really, really, you know, because this is known, the work that I'm doing is not a secret. And I love teaching people to make it their own. And how can they tell their story within a cup or a vase, or it doesn't matter about their person. It was one young lady recently. She was adopted. She found her biological parents. Her biological parents are from the Dominican Republic. And now, you know, and she's an intern where I'm teaching, but the intern wanted to learn from me. And so I said, okay, well, here, tell your story. Not just, you know, think about what's going on in your present day right now. You just found out that you have parents, biological parents, you're from the Dominican Republic. Why do you eat Spanish food? You know, or Latin American food, you know, why do you like to dance like this? What type of music? What kind of colors? How do you express that inside of the body of work that you're doing? And so that is where that is how she is getting ready to jump into this swimming pool, and so that she can find other avenues of going into her storytelling.
Ooh, so I would love to see how that turns out, because it is.
I can't wait.
Working in clay, And it's like it's not painting, it's not drawing. And so you're asking her to expand her whole thought process.
Right.
You know, like if you tell me, Louise, you know, share your, you know, who you are on paper. I'm like, you know what I'm saying? Because it's like I can tell a story in writing and pictures, but you're saying encapsulate that around
a 3D piece.
How do you
Yeah,
that's amazing. That because you know, it's like I work with kids a lot, and one of the things that you know, my gift is always to pull out who they are. Pull out that person. You know, I've done theater and all of those kind of things. And I'm grateful because in that I've been able to help young people find who they are, their identity, not my kids. They still lost, but they're like help everybody else. But in that, being able to pull out who they are, and that's the beauty of it, Karen, is what you said, is to be able to take what we have and give it. Because that's what it is. It's not sharing, it's giving it.
It's giving.
And imparting what we have and what we know into the next generation.
Exactly. And I would not have been able to do what I do. I mean, of course, I would have been able to create and I would have been able to do it. But I had a lot of people down that road, you know, so, you know, and they came with open arms, like Charles Smith, who's an amazing potter down in Alabama, Woodrow Nash, who's in Ohio, dealing with Alpha So in Senegal, and you know, Sunny over in Ghana, and you know, Pancho in the beginning, like, girl, what you gonna do? You know, so having these people, you know, who, you know, give you words of wisdom or techniques, these, you know, these are the things that they're giving to you as a gift, and you want to make sure that those gifts are being seen in the creativity that you're doing, but also taking those gifts that you've given, I mean, that you've learned, and the new ones that you've learned, to send it to the new group, you know, because, and so that it can just continue, because I want to be, you know, I want to be the person who's still alive, that they can come and knock on the door and say, hey, you know, I got a question. Because, you know, we can't always do that, you know? So I want to
go ahead. I'm sorry, Kane, go ahead.
And as an I want to be that artist who you could call and say, hey, you know, because I did it, and they were surprised that I did it. So when I called Charles Smith, I was like, hey, you know, I got some work. I want you to check it out. You know, he's 70 years old. He sends me the work to, you know, and we had never met each other. And I would send him a photo through email, and he would say, think outside of the box. You being lazy, you know, what is this? You know, so he was very direct. And I love the directness of the mentors that I've had. Because I mean, it may have hurt my feelings a little bit, but it also made me look within myself to say, you're better. They see that you're better. So what are you going to do?
Now, what are you going to do? And that's that's what I think is the important part, is as a creative being, being able to take, I'm not talking about rude criticism or criticism that's built to tear you down, but being able to take that kind of criticism and saying where it's helpful, where they're not trying to tear you down, they're trying to build you up, and knowing the difference, because as a creator, you have to know the difference, because we could easily say, oh, well, you know what? That person just don't understand me. They don't know where I'm trying to go or what I'm trying to do. But I find that if you want to better yourself, you take that, it's like, you take it and be like, I'm going to run with this. I'm going to keep it going. I'm going to run with it. I'm going to better myself. So the next time you see it, you won't be saying that.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, these years have been a very amazing journey, and I can't wait to see what happens in the future.
I know. I'm, you know, I think I don't know if it was you or but last year it was like booyah, and I can't say that it was in actual painting work. But my last year for creativity just blew the roof off of my, it just blew the roof off of my mind and my imagine. It just expanded me so much. And it's just continuing on because I feel like the people that I have met, and you are included, you are a part of that within that year and now is just like bougie. You know?
Yeah.
We gotta get a recording on that so we can play that throughout the show. Bougie.
Bougie.
Yeah. No, it's just, you know, I love what I do. And as an artist, you've got to love what you do. Like I breathe this and I love when somebody gives me a challenge and says,
which they have done during this creative quarantine.
Bam.
Okay. You know what my
Well, first of all, I want to thank you, ladies, for touching on the subject of creativity. We got a lot of responses to it. I've been showing them while you guys have been talking. Our goal in the next half is to have some discussions where we share some thoughts on different things. A lot of people are grinding and working, and you can see who else can grind on carving us a vase.
Karen.
Talk about have a articulate conversation about creativity at the same time.
Okay, because she was definitely working it out.
You know, I was working while you guys we were talking.
Is that the second one?
Yeah, that's Tears. Yeah,
that's because you.
Wow, you've been carving it up.
He has been carving.
Yes.
She's
so I'm going back in here.
Karen zone. That's what we're gonna call it from now on. If we see somebody in the Karen zone, but we haven't seen that much.
Well, I want to thank you two ladies for carrying on that dialogue. It's time for us to do some commercials around the joint so we can pay the bills. Nah, I wish it was like that.
I was like, you know, I look like.
It's coming.
Okay.
It's coming.
It gets to be expensive, I'll say. Once, you know, if you're framing and to sell. I have hundreds of paintings around the house. And the other good thing about wood, though, is that you can paint both ways. So I can use the same canvas 3 or 4 times until I get something that I really am in love with. Yeah, for some reason I'm just not getting the grain right, so I'm going to go on with something else. Sometimes you'll paint the color and it just isn't right. And then sometimes everything just goes perfectly. Perfectly. Actually this color is good. I like this. And this is a bowl from the kitchen. You know, the nice thing is we all have things in our homes that we can use as props. This is like a little candy wrapper. mixing colors. Sometimes you just have to keep working on it to get a color the way you want it. So what I'll do is I'll keep working on this. Goals.
I'm trying to frame a couple people. You see where I got, because everything I said to her, she was going to go the opposite. And I told you she's the undercurrent. She's gay too, so she's got some other issues entangled with what we're seeing. Yeah, that's I don't know. That's
this version rather than the last version. I had to wipe away, but it just goes to show you.
Yeah. Good point. Let me see what Karen called me real quick. Hey. Okay.
I'm just picking colors. I hadn't really planned on the colors that I'm going to use for this. But sometimes spontaneous is the best way to do things.
Hey there. So I'm back. I'm here to talk about this painting that I'm doing of a barn owl. So I dissect owl pellets with my kidlet as part of like a science activity, which leaves us with a bunch of little bones. And here I have both little shrew skulls and vole skulls. And I figured that I would use them by incorporating them into a piece of art. So I drew kind of around a life-size barn owl, and I'm going to sprinkle these bones into this pile at the owl's feet for texture. So I thought I would capture that process. I thought it was a good way to use these bones, and it would be a fun thing to try. I've never done something like this before. I cleaned them off as much as possible. There's still a little bit of fluff, but I'm going to paint over it with some clear modeling paste. I want to spread out the skulls. I don't want all the skulls in one area. I've got one whole vole skull that I totally thought about saving. I like the little shrew skulls because they've got these cool pointy teeth that are covered in iron, so they're nice and red. So what I did was I used the spatula to kind of add some fun texture to the medium. So I'm putting the biggest parts by hand, and then I'm going to spread the little ones like sprinkles. I want all of the thicker parts in the front of the canvas, whereas the little ones, I don't mind if some of them end up on the side. The skulls are what's going to add the most texture. Unfortunately, with skulls and owl pellets, they do break up, so I don't want them all to be facing up. It's a pile of bones after all, so some of them are going to end up upside down. I don't want it to look too regular. I want it to look random. So now I'm sprinkling. I thought this would be a cool incorporation. I've never seen art done with owl pellets before, other than, making a rat skeleton. Or mouse skeleton, more accurately. They don't really eat rats. Rats are a little big for them. So I thought that incorporating the bones would also add a little bit of an ecological story to it, Many of these bones, I don't know, they're going to be barely there, but I thought I would paint the pile black and dust it with gold or something. I don't intend to leave the bones their bony color. I'm going to be adding in color over it. But I need to make sure that the bones are pretty secure. I don't want them sprinkling out, All right, that looks pretty good. So I'm also going to add some swirls to the background because I don't want the only texture to be on the ground. I was thinking. I like this modeling paste. It does, however, you can't control it exactly. It does kind of ball in interesting ways. So I find that applying it flat and then tracing lines into it is often, for me, the best way to work with this. I like to leave my subject kind of flat against the texture, which lets me go into a lot of detail. I thought some stripes may look like wind or something. I'm trying not to make the lines too obvious or anything like that, because I can't control them and make them super straight. So I don't want them to draw so much attention by being too regular. So what I'm probably going to do is let this layer dry, and then I'm going to apply with a brush some gel over it so that to make sure that the bones stay down. Because I don't want them to be falling off. That would be awkward. And I painted it purple just to offer a base coat. I'm going to have to base coat again. The second base coat is going to be in Payne's Gray. But this way, it keeps it from being like one solid color. The purple can shine through in some areas. I find that that's a good way for working for me, is to layer the paint in different colors, especially when doing night backgrounds. I'm just kind of adding generic texture here. I don't want really strong lines. I just don't want it to be flat. And stuff is a lot like applying frosting. It is almost the exact consistency of frosting. I like to let the lines overlap. Create some ease. I'm going to be painting some fog. I'm going to give this painting like a day to dry. So I'm doing it now so that tomorrow, when I have a lot more time, I can put a lot of the base coats on this. So this is intended to be my project for the weekend, because I really like to finish some larger pieces for the Creative Quarantine show. It's been nice to experiment with smaller pieces. My carpal tunnel's been acting up, so I had to give myself a break last night. But the nice thing is that worked great now. I'm ready to go. It always looks so messy at this stage. I'm a little bit wondering how I'm going to handle this. I've got these planets here in this background. Although I consider just painting over them. Excuse me. You know what? I think I'm gonna. I wanted to do these two planets, but I think I'm liking the way the swirls are looking. I think I would prefer to just do swirls, and I think that is enough to fill this space. I wasn't sure how I would handle them anyways, because I didn't want them to become light sources. So this actually may be a better option. So just kind of fill this with swirls of texture. It's okay if there's like these little peaks. Those actually look really nice covered in paint later, as long as there's some directionality to it. You know, like the stuff that made it over the owl, but I want these to be arcing. I don't want them to look like I added them too wiggly. Sometimes it takes a few tries to get it right. And now the nice thing is like you can add and subtract the color. I may have to do a second coat because the problem is I'm getting to the point where this is getting a little unwieldy, and I risk knocking off things that I've already applied as I try to edit new areas. Oops. That was going on. Mother Nature's a little random too, so. I remember reading about how there are some cultures that artists would purposely make mistakes because perfection offends the gods. I like to pretend that maybe that's why I make mistakes. See. Look at the side. It's gonna be a nice textured painting. Texture is always fun to paint. I want to make sure the corner isn't too bare, but I also don't want to like slather the corner so that it looks like it's been doctored later. I want it to look like it's part of the painting. I like to have the edges be part of the painting. It doesn't reproduce well online, but it certainly looks nice when you're standing next to it. But I also don't want it too thick on the sides because then it's hard to transport. I want enough that it blends and that it looks like it's part of the same painting. So I don't want the edges devoid of texture. But I avoid any of the large peaks that I allow on the front. That is one of the hard things about art, is you have to think about storage and framing, display. Like, it's not just about making what looks nice. It can also be about, all right, like the bones are cool and all, but how is that going to preserve? How safe is that to transport? Because it can look as cool as it wants, but if it all falls out in the backseat of my vehicle before I even get it to where it's going to be hung, that's no use to anybody. That's not okay. And I have had that lesson before with texture on canvases, where that looks really cool, but it's so delicate that you can't, touch it. And that might be fine for a small painting that you can like wrap up with a little bit of styrofoam, but if it's banging around, if it's a 3-foot painting, huge difference. I can't tell. I'm trying to use a light touch. The color will help a lot of when it's all painted over, it's not going to be so obvious where the texture is. You know, it's not going to be blinding white on a purple background. But part of the reason why I want to go over it with the clear gel is because I actually don't know the holding strength of the modeling paste, and I don't want to assume that it's going to be as good a glue, because that is quite the assumption to be making. I'd be baking my painting on it. Seems to work better if I just like slather it on flat first and then carve into it. I'm sure some of it's starting to dry now too. Some of this I applied earlier. I kind of like the idea of these swirls because owls use sound to hunt, and I like representing sound visually. I have a touch of what's called synesthesia, where it's kind of like the brain thinks that it can see sound. And sometimes I get a touch of color from sound. And I have fun portraying that effect in my art. I don't have it as dramatic as some people. I've heard some beautiful stories of what other people see. And for me, it's not all songs or anything. It's certain music. Ironically, dance music does it. I see lots of teals, which is why I like to represent my coyotes. Howls with teals and turquoises and colors of that nature, because that's what I see. I don't want anything sitting up too much. It's gonna be a cool painting. Even if it doesn't turn out exactly like I thought the bones might be a little more dramatic than they are. But honestly, maybe them being subtle is perfect. We'll see when it gets painted. I don't know why my brain was thinking that they'd be more dramatic than they are, because it's not like I didn't know how big they were. But seeing them on the canvas, I'm like, ooh, they're a little smaller than I thought they were gonna be. Sometimes I like just letting it a little bit touch, because it kind of helps everything blend when there's just a little bit. Because when covered with paint, it'll just kind of help with the illusion of where the texture begins and ends. So I think that's good for the texture I'm adding. I just want to get rid of these, like where it's kind of smeared in the pocket. I don't want it to look smeared. That is not the intention, because I kind of want it to look like it's just part of the environment. It just exists, unquestionably so. Yeah, I love this stuff. I bought it on a whim the last show I did, and I did my favorite painting ever with it. And I've been playing around with it since. So yeah, there you have it. Let's get a good look at that. I'll take the camera and let you see it. Yeah. Pretty awesome. Here's those bones. Pretty cool. All right, well, I hope that turns out.
Hello, 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 everybody. What's happening, Karen? Say hi to Mr. Bibbs.
Is that Karen?
You know, hey, how are you? Ooh, can I have some?
Tell me he don't have the right idea. He got some wine in his hand.
Hey, here's to you.
Hey, Louise, you're muted. Look,
that's what I'm talking about.
I'm not as smart as you guys. I gotta go with. I'm hydrated.
This is the liqueur for creativity. If you ain't high on this, you ain't doing it.
Wait a minute, hold on. I got something to show you then.
There you go.
Come on with it.
Hold on, let me find it. Gotta find my stash. Give me a minute, I'll find it.
Because you gotta find her stash.
There's one thing you'll learn about the quarantine. We let it all hang out. Lord.
Yeah, y'all talking some serious stuff.
Maybe I need another. Okay, hold on. I need a bottle up in here. I need a bottle. I clearly forgot to put the bottle.
Well, I have been behaving as the host, but I do have a little something around here too.
Go ahead.
I got the bottle of rum chata. I tend to
wait a minute.
It's on now.
Some rum chata in the house.
Well, here's all.
This is cheers.
Look,
to
Louise going to her wine cellar.
Get to the wine cellar. This is really cool. So 1856 is Uncle Nearest. Uncle Nearest actually was an enslaved African who actually created the recipe for Jack Daniels.
Jack Daniels, that's right.
And we got to learn to bring all this hidden culture out. People need to know that.
Yes. So
we got to do a better job on that.
Yeah.
Hey, Pancho, we got to do a better job.
Well, I think what happens is that the word is getting out. I told you.
Hey, there it is.
She's got sparkling.
Is that apple cider?
Yeah, she got sparkling cider. She's our angel in the group. We gotta have one.
I had to run all the way downstairs for that, Karen.
That apple cider would go good with Carmen's brew. Apple cider and what do you got there, Carmen? Karen, what do you got there?
Uncle Nearest whiskey.
Yeah, we can put that with Louise's brew. Apple cider. Try it with apple cider.
Here you go. Cheers, Karen.
Cheers.
Cheers. Cheers to the creative quarantine.
That's right. That's right. You don't know what's happening in that cup.
I don't know what's in Karen.
My cup. It's a smoothie.
Yeah, it's always a smoothie. Yeah, right.
Hey,
Well, Charles, I want to get ready to open the dialogue with you on a couple of subjects. Would you get ready to show something, Karen?
yeah, I
all
want
of
to show it
it.
off.
Yeah, Karen and I are working on a collaboration together. I
That's what I'm
drew,
talking about. Did
yeah,
you etch that? Who etched it?
I drew on it and she etched it.
Oh, okay. That's nice.
That's
Yeah, I see
beautiful.
that Poncho flare in there.
Yeah, so
Yep.
we've been really doing a lot of collaborations of being prepared for this particular quarantine.
Oh, but LaShawn is killing all of us.
And LaShawn is doing his thing. He got us working. I think he may have sent me 12 pieces.
Well, he's very prolific that way.
He is.
LaShawn's got us working in overtime. It's gonna be the LaShawn show.
That's all right. It's all good.
That's what I love to collaborate with. I haven't done it yet with
Well, you actually have, but it was our first virtual when you were working from California, he was working from Texas, and I was working from Baltimore.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was I think 2009.
Yeah.
Time is flying, y'all.
It is.
Yeah, it is.
All right, ladies.
All right, let's get into
to show you how that quarantine affected me. And I got some stuff behind me, even with Cynthia St. James, where we collaborated. But all our collaborations, Poncho, came out of the quarantine.
Man. I wanted to have you back on. You came on our introduction show. We basically, welcomed all the artists, told them what we were doing. Couple things I want to talk to you about. And the first thing I want to talk to you about is that tell me what the beginning premise from your perspective of the quarantines that we were doing. Tell folks the background of it, because I think a lot of people are looking at it and they're getting a misconception of what the pre-quarantine was.
Well, actually, me and you had been talking to each other from a distance, and then when we got together, but our work was so prolific. You were prolific, I was prolific, and then we started thinking.
Charles, what's your definition of prolific?
Well, it just runs off your lips if you're talking, but it's just running off the brush, and it was. And it hits the canvas, hits the paper spontaneously. Not all artists can do that. When you have this backlog of ideals and concepts, and it just starts to flow. And we just kicked it off, man, because we can sit there and just you throw some work at me, I hit it, and I throw it back at you. You hit it, and before you know it, we got a masterpiece that we can sell on the open market. I mean, how many artists can do that? I mean, it takes a special, communication within, and that artistic communication that's rare. Okay, well, we have no bias in what we do. It just flows. Bam. Exactly. What we used to always say? Bam.
Bam. You got it.
Yeah, and that's the way you expressed it. Bam.
So, Charles, this is what's up. This quarantine is different than anything you and I have ever done.
Yeah.
And the biggest difference is that the artists are now in their own studio.
Yeah.
And because of the quarantine, we've had to make this virtual. And the other side of that now is that we've included the public, whereas before that wasn't so much part of us. So I want you to tell people the foundation of how our quarantines were laid out.
Well, the foundation was we thought what it would be like if we locked ourselves away from all interference, behind four walls, and just purely create. No rules, no guidelines, just two artists getting together and just letting it go.
And no critiquing, just
no critiquing. It was just free flow. I mean, anything that you wanted to do, we did some painted some pottery and stuff like that.
Exactly.
You hit it and then I hit it. Some of the stuff you did alone, some of the stuff I did alone, and some of the things we collaborated with. Right. But I think what happened on the collaboration side, we were able to benefit on the market, on the open market. Mm-hmm. And I think that's a plus too, where, artists come together and they create a product that you have two artists' signature on it that can be sold. Okay, but you know what? You know me. I'm all about how can the artist benefit? How can the artist benefit on a social way economically?
Right.
Okay, and that's the way we sold it. Okay,
and I want to give homage to that whole collaboration concept because I believe that this collaboration concept came in when we used to go to the shows and see Jerry and Terry Lynn working.
oh yeah, amazing.
These are two young twins, and they would come out, and one would hit it, sit down, the other would get up and hit it, sit down,
Yeah.
and for years, that's how they planted their career. And
Right.
so really the collaborations that I think that we are doing now are really an offshoot of watching them working together. It was the first time we ever looked at each other and said, man, what would happen if we worked on the same thing? You know. But we've done some powerful collaborations, man. Tell them about
Yeah.
our biggest collaboration to date probably was Lady
man.
Locks. Oh, see, that's all right, y'all. You know, earlier in the program, I mentioned that Charles Bibbs had stolen an original from me. And this is proof that this is the stolen painting. We did this. What year did we do this in, man? 97 or?
Wait a minute. Let me see. 03.
03. Wow. And it began with me doing the lady, the figure. I sent it back to Charles with fabric applique. To that point, Charles had not really done much on fabric applique.
Yeah.
When I got it back, Charles had completely painted over my applique. He also added a fan
And that cross hatching.
He cross-hatching on top of it. He thought my woman's behind was too big, so he trimmed it down.
You put her on that.
I want to put that on note that Charles Bibbs reduced a black woman's hips. But this piece became one of the top-selling collaborations, and it really started out.
I got. You don't? Do you have any more?
I have a couple in my stash.
Yeah, I got my private stash, but that's it.
Yep, and we published 1,500 edition on these.
Yeah, I think it was most of those sold off within 6 months.
That's right. And Charles, tell them the revenue, approximated revenue generated from this piece.
Let's see, a project like this was about $300,000.
I need you for folks to hear the entrepreneurial side of what happens when you work together and you collaborate together and you market together. And Charles Bibbs is a prime example of that. And I'm honored to have had an opportunity to work on pieces like that. But I want it on record that the stolen piece that I've been looking for is in Charles Bibbs' hand right now. Because the basic rule for for a collaboration, and we change the rules every day, right, Charles?
Oh, yeah.
But the rule is whoever supplies the piece owns the piece. And that's why normally we're supposed to do two. Well, we never did two.
Did we do another one?
We did, but not on the level of this one. This was probably the most substantial one we've done. Me and Charles Bibbs have probably done inwards of 25 to 30 collaborations, but they were a combination of small sketches, drawings,
originals, and
yes. So we did a lot of those, but we've only published two. We published this one and another piece called Two of a Kind, which became a very, very popular piece. So, Charles, again, I want to get back to the quarantine issue because our people are having a specific problem. One problem that was happening, and I'm sure you're aware of this, is that you were never really able to truly quarantine. And I want you to explain to people what that means. Because Charles has done 2 active quarantines.
Right.
But he acted as host.
Yeah.
So
on that second quarantine, I was commuting back and forth
from Los Angeles to
Long Beach, to Riverside.
Right, which was about an hour and a half.
Yeah. You guys really lived together, woke up every morning together.
Deborah Shedrick, Gwen Redfern.
And Gwen Redfern.
Yes.
And I came in every morning.
Mm-hmm.
And left in the afternoon.
Can you explain what that's like? Because even when we did our first quarantine with me, you, and Cynthia St. James was working from Los Angeles off flight. You were still at home trying to do your thing with business popping. So explain to me how that affects the flow.
It affects the flow in a way where the true ideal quarantine is to be locked away with each other creatively, okay, without any distractions, okay. That way you put your 100% focus on the work and everything that comes with it, and the discussions are pivotal. I mean, are very important. The things that you discuss during this process. We were locked up in like that second one was perfect, other than me leaving every day. But we were locked up together, you know, working constantly, but also communicating. Okay. You would come up with an ideal, Deborah would come up with an ideal, and we would answer questions for each other. We would counsel each other. I mean, it was like it was like a family. We were brothers and sisters locked up together. I remember you coming up to you had that picture of you behind bars because we had nobody was allowed to come in, so people were passing by the gallery looking
and wondering what was happening,
wondering what was going on.
Yeah, because we were working around the clock.
Right.
But I want you to talk about that because, you know, there's a connectivity issue with this quarantine that didn't exist in our quarantine. But I still want folks to understand that the premise for conversation was based on working.
Yeah.
We were working and humping and focusing. And then the byproduct.
One of the rules, Pancho, is that you had to hang up your work.
Exactly.
In the studio, so everybody see what's going on.
Exactly. Yeah. And so the dialogue came about not just because we were sitting down fellowshipping and talking. The dialogue came as a result of the work that was being created. And from that it formed the connection that I think is probably missing from this quarantine.
Yeah.
This quarantine is virtual. So everybody is, and I know you're going to laugh at this, everybody's in their personal studio, which is already foreign. Our quarantines, you had to bring whatever you was able to bring on a plane with you, and you just worked out whatever you bought.
But there's a good thing that you did it anyway, regardless of the pandemic. This is a thing that you had to do in order to make it work. And I think it's still, you're not 100% quarantined, but you are.
Yes.
And that's because you're still sharing your techniques and stuff like that. I guess the only drawback is on the collaboration side. You know, you're really not there interacting physically with each other.
Exactly. But what we've done, and we've done a really good job of, is the first week, I have 3 people that are quarantiners.
Mm-hmm.
Deborah Shedrick, LaShawn Beal, and myself.
Right.
So they immediately started working on possible collaboration pieces on the first week and got them in the mail. So we all have them. We'll probably have more collaborations created in this quarantine than any other quarantine we've ever done.
Mm-hmm.
And so, but the problem we're having on this end is that there's a connectivity issue. So artists are not able to connect unless they make a special effort to email, to text, or to come into the studio stream. Then there's a lack of connectivity. And I think some artists kind of require that connectivity to do what we do. But so tell me what you think is the, you know, we've added a lot of different things to this whole equation. And some of it has surprised me. Like, we have people at home that are watching the show who are taking out their drawing table and they're painting right along with us.
Yeah.
They tune in every day. You know, we just started another whole direction with this that we didn't anticipate. The educational component. Please explain to them how private this was.
It was very private, but you know, that one quarantine that we did where we had a panel discussion that which is very vital because what I was thinking on future quarantines that we get sponsorships.
Right.
Okay, so you get a major museum saying that there's going to, Charles Bibbs and Larry Poncher Brown is going to be in town for 30 to 40 days doing a quarantine. Okay, at the certain periods of that quarantine, you have, maybe college students, art students, or high school students come in and let them question you on the validity of a quarantine. What is a quarantine? What do you accomplish from artists coming together? What are those ideals? Because see, art has always been a solitary operation. I think in today's society, I think the more we interrelate, the more we work together, the better we be to the whole. Right. And one of the things that we miss now in this quarantine nationally is coming together. Okay. And it's showing, everything is showing because even your attitude on life has changed because you can't see grandma like you used to, or your kids like you used to, or your wife like you used to. You're acting differently. But I think art has always been something that kind of soothes all that, because we're selling more art now during the pandemic than we did before the pandemic. And why? Is because you have to understand the end use of your product that you produce, which is your art. The end use is 90% of it is on the walls in private homes. Where are people relegated to right now? Mm-hmm. In the homes. Okay, so Home Depot and places like that are doing all kinds of business because people decided to fix up their homes because that's where they're relegated to. They're spending more time at home. Exactly. And so understanding those dynamics, that was one of the keys to the quarantine, because we talked about those things. Exactly. We talked about how to better represent ourselves. We mm-hmm. talked about all those things that are surrounding. It wasn't just how we paint and how we create. It's how we set up a studio, how we interrelate with customers, that, all that plays in the quarantine, because you have a full ration of interrelated efforts while you're there that are so pivotal in your private life when you go back to your studio. Right. Those are the things you take back with you. And those are the things that help you become a better artist to your community. Right. Okay. And after you have to understand, we are servants to our community. The art doesn't belong to us. Mm-hmm. We are the creators of things that enlighten other people's lives. And we learned a lot of that. We had a lot of those philosophical discussions mm-hmm. in our quarantines when we were face to face. And I think you can still have that virtual.
Well, we already have.
What we're doing now.
Well, we already have. We've made a lot of leaps and bounds with artists that are making the effort to connect. I think with this particular format, artists need to make more of an effort to connect. We have a lot of artists that are disenfranchised because we are not connecting enough. Mm-hmm. But we need to start finding other ways to connect, especially in this particular environment. And so that's, I think, the biggest challenge we have with this particular quarantine is that artists are more separated than what we would normally do in the past. Mm-hmm. And the exchanges are coming virtually. So if you don't check into the feed, if you don't come on live and talk with Karen while she's online, or talk with me while you're online, then you're kind of left out of the conversation. To date, we have done 72 hours of programming. Mm-hmm. That's 3 complete days of programming. Mm-hmm. And we're just getting past the halfway point. So there's a possibility we're going to have quite a few hours of conversation. And people are beginning to binge watch what we've done. It's just a new, trust me, I'm longing for a period where you and I can get back into a studio again. But we got to do it fast because we're all getting older. We're running out of time.
That's gonna be crazy.
We run out of time.
You have single-handedly changed my life creatively, and I've got some work to show that. You know, even like this piece right here. Okay, you did this. You know, I've never done anything like this before. Okay, until that quarantine, until we started interrelating, I had no creative capacity, and you open it. It was always there, but you open it up.
Right.
Okay. And I know there's some things that you learned from me.
Oh,
and
absolutely.
I think that's the vital part of the quarantine. Okay, because leaving the quarantine should make you a better artist, and understanding that you have flexibility. Okay, your style is yours, no compromising that. But you can feed off other people, okay, to even expound upon, because a lot of times you get in a rut, a creative rut, okay, because then you may come in a phase, well, man, I can't seem to solve this particular problem. But then say somebody like Pancho can come along and says, damn, Charles, try this. And then that's all you need, you know?
And the funny thing too is that in the process, like this whole thing of style, originality, those subjects never became issues. It's like we're so busy kind of, I guess, feeding off of each other, not stealing from one another, but feeding off of each other. And interpreting what we do in our own way. But having an understanding of why the other artists may work a particular way. I think the biggest thing I learned from you, Charles, is I watched you in our first quarantine have to put your cross-hatching pen down. Because your natural inclination was to paint and then really get in there and bump that cross-hatching out to make it finish. And I watched you pick up the thing. It was one point one night we were working really late in the cabana, probably 12:30 at night. We listened to jazz, and you were at this point where the piece was finished in my eyes. And you were getting ready to take that cross-hatching pen out, and you was going to hit it for about another hour. But you put the pen down, and I saw you pick it up, and you put the pen down, and you just signed it. I watched your life change in that moment. Because we get so caught up in our crutches.
Right. Because you can overwork something. You know, sometimes you gotta learn to know when things stop. See, we're spontaneous artists. We're not highly technical where we're not trying to create anything photographic. You know, in my terms, that's the trick. You're trying to, you know, because if I want something photographic, I get out my camera. But I want to translate. I want to translate reality, okay, instead of duplicating it. Okay, and you showed a level of that where you came out of the womb doing that. Okay, but I seen some of your earlier stuff where you were doing the other thing. Okay, but that wasn't a comfortable level for you. So those experiences that you experienced the same as me, because I looked at things as translation of reality, you know, rather than duplication. Because somebody had told me that's a pretty good trick. What do you want people to come up to your work and say, is that a photograph or a painting? No, I want them to get into the subject matter itself. Okay. I want them to see how, you can identify what it is, but wow, I never saw it that way. Okay, so it gives them a new experience. And that's what creativity is all about. You don't see Hollywood doing the same film over and over again. They'll do phases of it, okay, but they'll tweak it every time because now they got your attention, right? When Hollywood gets your attention, then they start doing sequels, right?
That's right.
But it's never the same. It's just a version of the same. Okay.
Well, you were one of the
same thing in art. You can do the same thing in art. You remember?
You are a great example of somebody that has employed that because you did. He would do a 1 part, 2 part, 3 part, and there's a rule to a sequel. Charles, tell them Tell them the rule to a sequel.
There's 5. Once you do over 5, then people stop coming. That's what happened to Rocky.
Exactly.
So everybody saw, but when it said Rocky 6, it was over. So
it's so funny. Some of the logic is very humorous, but it's true.
Yeah. But it's marketing 101, you know.
Right.
And who says that artists should know what marketing is all about? If you're creating a product, okay, whether it's a ceramic vase, okay, you got to be able to sell that.
Exactly.
Okay. I mean, an artist without the skills to know what the public wants and give it to them and never compromise your style. So you never want to do that because they're going to buy into you. But you can do coffee cups in your own style. You can do chairs in your own style. Give me a Bibbs chair. Give me a poncho chair. Okay. They know when they look at a poncho chair, that's poncho all over.
Exactly.
See? That's what we got to learn how to do, you know. And
no, I think
one of the things that I've always took my art as a product, okay, and it wasn't for me. I understood that from the get-go. It's from the millions of people that want to buy into Bibbs or buy into poncho. You have to understand that elements, okay. Look what Jacob Lawrence did. Look what Bearden did. They did their craft so well. It's still going on through other artists. And I call it a beardness period. I see a lot of artists doing collages and stuff like that. Okay. And it reminds me of the grandfather of collages for African American art.
That's right.
All right. So it's okay to take something from somebody, and that's what the quarantine was all about. I took a lot from you. You took a lot from me. Okay, but we kind of merged it or morphed it into our own style.
Right.
Okay. So I think that's one of the true elements of coming together. There's got to be a benefit for any type of things that you do when you collaborate. And that whole word collaboration is very important. That's the learning process. When you can peer over somebody's shoulder and see, and you always wondered how they did that, and you can actually see them in action, see how that's performed, and then you can take some of those techniques and use in your own work, or you can take a certain look and use that. There's nothing wrong with that. Right. Okay, I've been scoping you for a long time. I still can't. I'm amazed about your productivity. Okay. I mean, you're one of the most productive artists in the market now. Okay. And that's all you have to do is step in your studio. It's amazing what you've accomplished, man. And
well, you know thank you for saying that, man. You know, I'm driven, but we got some folks in this group that are really, really driven. I tell you, we had, if you could have seen our girl, Karen Clark.
Yeah.
She is and we got a ceramicist in the group this year that is kicking behind.
Yeah.
She's really doing some phenomenal stuff. You know, Deborah Shedry, she's always in the cut. She's doing her piece. LaShawn is single-handedly the person driving the collaboration movement in this particular quarantine.
Yeah.
I think LaShawn spent the first week painting about 20 to 25 paintings to give to other artists in the group.
Wow.
So everybody has works by other artists in the group. Everybody was exchanging papers and different things like that. So I'm anxious to see. Well, I'll show you one now on the screen since you're right here.
Okay.
This is one of the first ones me and LaShawn Beal did together. Let me look at it, see if I can find it. That's the first one me and LaShawn Beal did together. Wow.
Yeah, I saw that one today. Yeah.
And so this is the second one me and LaShawn Beal did today.
Now, this one here, Poncho, the one where you got the face and the flower together, it looks like one artist. And see, that's the key to it. Sometimes if you can collaborate and do it in a way where it merges.
Right.
And then you did that was a great one. I didn't see. It's hard for me to tell who was Pancho, who was
exactly, because in this I get a chance to adapt to his painting style.
Oh, there you go. That now you guys see now it's starting to gel. It's starting to gel. See,
now this is a collaboration that me and Karen Clark did.
Woo, that's awesome.
She sculpted it, and I showed her how to do the alcohol resist technique on it. Now, and so she created a couple masks here at the studio the other day, where we just did some different stuff. So we're going to have some collaborations through this quarantine like we've never had before.
Man, well, that's amazing, man. Those ceramic pieces are kicking. I need to get one of those.
Let me ask you, what advice do you have for the younger members of this group, or for artists that have never done this process before? And keep in mind that we are totally isolated and virtual.
I would say let go. Keep your aesthetics intact. This is the hardest thing to do, but you gotta free up your constraints, your personal constraints that you build up most of your life. You know, learn to reach out and just experiment, because the quarantine is all about experimentation. Okay. And it's about helping each other. Okay. And I think that's the way you learn, because now you're not in that classroom environment anymore, but this is similar to it. It's like going back to school, and see what things that you can do that will broaden your expression. Okay. Sometimes we get stuck on one thing, one way of expression. It's expressing yourself. Okay. Then you get typeset creatively.
Right.
And then you get comfortable creatively. You don't want to get comfortable in your creative abilities. You want to be able to experiment. You want to be able to evolve. Most great artists don't stay the same. You can look at their work in periods of their lives where they actually, from the time they beginning to the time when they pass away from this earth, you can see it's not the same work. But if you look at the whole thing, you see how they evolved for all those years. So that's what the quarantine has a tendency to do. So people wanting to come to the quarantine have to get to the point where they find themselves needing that. They need a way to unleash their creativity beyond where they're at. That quarantine will allow you that experience to do that by associating with other artists. Okay, because some of the artists in the group understand that, some of them don't, but it'll give them an opportunity to learn it.
Right.
Okay, to be free. And now I think the conversation is probably the pivotal. It's not the work, it's the things that you release yourself verbally. Okay, because you need to talk it out. Okay, that's me and you, man. We talk shit. We have to stop and say it's time to go to work. Remember?
Yeah, but we also was slaying that brush.
That's right. That's what I'm telling you. At the same time, right? We were constantly talking.
Yeah, it was like hand to mouth movement. We've never got to a point where we were just conversating and there wasn't some work being done.
Right. And I think the group has to click. I can't wait until this whole pandemic's over, because there's just one dimension that is missing in the world, and that's association. Right. Personal, one-on-one, hands touching association. That type.
Yeah. Okay. I think pound for pound, this project is missing that more than anything.
Yeah.
The connectivity and the being in one space, and that's our biggest challenge. And
but see what you achieve, Pancho, is learning. You understand what that is better than anybody. Okay, the importance of being face to face. You know that. Well, in our life, period. people have changed during this thing because we're cut off from our
Exactly.
fellow men.
And I think that's probably why it's such an undercurrent in this particular project. It's not so much that we're separated and we're not communicating like we could. It's that we went through almost a year of being separated from everybody.
Yeah.
And now you're going to a quarantine where you're still extending that. And now you're creatively challenging yourself in that extreme isolation, because we operate in isolation. But now artists are probably in the most extreme isolation that they've ever been in.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm glad to hear that you are striving. But yeah, I'm looking forward to at least one more quarantine. I got to get you away from Elaine. I know Elaine probably standing off camera. She's standing off camera right now.
Yeah, she's
watching. She watching you.
She give me sign language.
Making sure you don't spell stuff wrong.
She's going like this.
I might have to pull up. I might have to give me some black SUVs and show up to your house and just take you. So I think that's the only way we're gonna get you to quarantine again.
Hey man, let me show you something. When we quarantined with Cynthia.
Yeah.
Let me show you this piece. After the quarantine, me and Cynthia did this. Now you seen this?
Yeah.
Now she's dominant. You can see that's Cynthia St. James.
Exactly. Yes.
But you also see Charles. But
let me tell you like this, man. You and Cynthia St. James are a gelled pair. Just like you and I can merge together.
Yeah.
You and Cynthia merge together very, very well. I can't merge with Cynthia St. James. I've tried. I got a painting here from 1996.
Oh, you do. Okay,
and I
still
haven't resolved it yet.
Wait a minute, she might be listening.
That's okay, because I wanted to think it's gone, and then it's going to show up like bam.
And she gonna be so surprised.
She's already written it off.
No, she ain't written
and
it
it's
off.
in the back. That woman is so busy now. She ain't got time to think about this stuff.
I know.
How many? Let me ask you this question: how many pieces do you have laying around your house right now that are potential collaborations that's been sitting for a little bit?
Okay, I got 4.
I know you do.
I had it from over 10 years.
Okay, well, there you go.
Gilbert Young.
Mine is a record. Mine is 1996.
I had 2 Gilbert Youngs for 4 years. He's ready to, have a fit now. But
I got Cynthia. I got Kenneth Gatewood. Gatewood. I've been holding on to Kenneth's piece for probably about 6 years now.
Wow. Yeah, get Kenny's though, man.
So that's the downside of collaborating. It's not all fun and games.
Yeah.
Well, Charles, I appreciate you.
I think what we do, what we got, if I'm in another collaboration, I think what we try to do is collaborate with an artist and actually publish that piece and put it on the open market.
It's time for it again.
Yeah.
When we did it back in the 90s or early 2000s, the market hadn't really seen anything, and it also spawned me to do a 3-artist collaboration with me, LaShawn Beal, and Leroy Campbell.
Yeah.
And to this day, that was probably one of the only ones that was actually published.
Well, if God willing, if we got on our plans is to bring Images magazine back, but I think the quarantine has to be a very important feature of that. Okay, because we can't be who we are if we don't have collectively a way of telling the general public who we are.
Exactly.
Okay, we have actually African American artists, when Celah stopped publishing, and then Valentine's his magazine went away, we have no voice now.
Right.
We're just out there.
And academia doesn't cover it like they used to cover it.
Right. So we got to bring that back. But I'm trying to get it together collaboratively okay, because that it's a big responsibility, and it takes a full staff to make that thing work, as you know.
Yes,
But
yes.
but we do need a voice where we can where collectively we can come together and help each other. Because who are we serving? We're serving the general public. If you cut off that communication with the general public, thank God for social media.
Yeah.
Okay. But sometimes you got to have something in your hands, something
Right.
tangible that you
Exactly.
can touch and that you can always go to when you need it, you know.
Right. Well, these are real challenging times, and trying to replace the connectivity issue is our biggest challenge. And I'm hoping that as we move forward with the quarantine, that we won't be challenged as much as this one has been challenged. But even through all of that, artists are finding a way. And this is the first time we've had 12. We went from 3 to 4. And we stayed in the 4 zone for a while. I've done a couple of larger ones that were 10 artists, but they were normally weekend quarantines. Check in on a Friday, check out on a Monday. This is the first full-blown 31-day quarantine. We're featuring 12 artists. So everybody's doing some amazing work. And so far, we're holding together pretty good despite the connectivity issues. So I don't know if you. So we're going to bring you in a little later on in the week. Maybe we'll talk to you again next week.
Okay.
You can take and pull out.
All right. Okay. You guys got another week of it?
We got 2 more weeks.
2 more weeks. Okay. Cool.
I think I might be looking at the calendar wrong. No, we got a week and a half.
Week and a half. Okay.
So I bring out some more stolen paintings when I see you again. Hey, say hello to somebody that we know. Say hello to Deborah Shedrick.
Hey, Debbie.
Hey,
I miss you. I remember her when she was just a little girl going to high school.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were in the same high school.
Remember Narbonne High School? That's
Look, I can't hear anymore. What you say?
You're the West Coast girl. You can hear me. I said you started as a West Coast girl.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I love the West Coast.
Yeah.
Well, not anymore. She's down in the deep South.
Yeah.
She's down in the gun rack South.
My country. My country.
All right, y'all. Well, you have a great
day,
man. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Yeah, we love you guys.
We love you too, man. We'll be checking back again.
All right.
All right, brother. What's up, Deborah Shedrick?
Well, here I am again.
Talk to me. What you got going on over there?
I've been working on Mr. LaShawn Bill's pieces.
Uh-oh. LaShawn has been the subject of the week. I think he got all of us working on his stuff.
Oh my goodness! Here's my.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Wow, I love that.
Thank you.
Very nice.
And
I knew there was an and.
He sent me 3 plates, so I'll show you this one.
Oh, nice.
Nice. I like that, Deborah.
I like that. I like that. I like what you did with that.
And I'm trying to decide if I'm through with this one. I didn't do that much.
Nice.
Oh, I like that. I like what you did over there. I like that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And for tonight, I'll be working on this one.
Oh, nice.
So that's what I've been doing all day.
I got some ideas from you.
I did too.
See, he
I'm
didn't
glad
leave.
I'm good for something. Glad I'm good for something.
What was that you say?
Glad I'm good for something.
Deborah Shedrick, we're gonna I might have a private conversation with you for a minute, since you are a veteran of the quarantine, and we talked about the 2007 quarantine.
I was looking at that last night. I said, "Who is that pretty little girl?" Poncho still look
Yes,
like
you
that.
were a little girl. I was like, that's Deborah.
I know, right?
I got some old films here that I'm just trying to get converted over. So I want you to kind of go back a little bit so you can. You've done what, 2?
Yeah.
And
No,
I think we used to do these little competitions anyway, where we would take and say whoever can get the most pieces done in a month. We've done that like several times. So that,
we've always competed.
exactly.
Friendly competition, though.
But I want you to talk a little bit about the connectivity and the isolation part of a quarantine.
Well, this is really isolation here.
Yeah, expand on that for me, please.
Because, I don't get to walk around and look over your shoulder, or I don't get to actually see the process. This is all film. So it's new. We have to get used to it, but I'm old school. I like the past quarantines where, you can take a walk with one of your artist friends, and clear your head. It's just, I guess a touchy-feely type of person.
Mm-hmm.
I can get into that mood more so than not. So I missed that aspect of what the creative quarantine was, as opposed to this. But this is needed too. So if we could gel both worlds, if we could have a quarantine where we are 6 feet apart and have someone other than the artist filming, I think that would just be a great marriage. Yeah.
That's a
So,
suggestion. Talk to me a little bit about the camaraderie people. I think that's something else that Charles didn't mention, that a part of it, that whether we had arguments, disagreements, or whatever, there was still a certain camaraderie that happened in a space. You govern your behavior different in somebody's space than you do virtually.
Yes, even though we were there together as opposed to me being alone, I got more work done because I think we fed off of each other's energy.
Exactly.
And it was positive. And we were, feeding off of each other. We were feeding off of each other as individuals, and we were feeding off of each other's work,
Right.
So
and specifically when we did the Los Angeles quarantine, we had, you and I probably had the sleeping pattern that was most similar.
Yeah.
Because we had one artist that was coming down when we were about to crash out. We would sometimes finish 12, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning, and she always worked from 4 till when we got back up. And then Charles was coming in at 6 in the evening or 2 o'clock in the afternoon and working till enough time to get back to Riverside.
Yeah.
So we had people working.
Work done too. I'm sorry.
I said
I think I have more work done too because your energy fueled my energy.
Mm-hmm.
Because if I was by myself, I probably would have took more naps.
Oh, we got a lot of photographs of you napping during that quarantine, right at the table.
That's refueling my energy.
That's right, power naps. That's what we call it.
Power naps. I don't care how old I've been, I've always had a power nap.
Well, let me ask you this. How do you think you've grown as a result of participating in this quarantine environment?
I've opened up. I give what I think I know. I'm more open to trying to push other artists, forward in a more positive direction. I kind of will explain my process and my ups and downs, and what you can do to avoid, the mistakes I think I made, but just being able to watch people work and people being able to watch my work, you don't even know that you are really learning more than sitting up in a classroom, you know, having somebody teach something to you. I think this environment is the best teaching environment that you could possibly have. Watching somebody work and
being caught up in their collective creative energy.
yeah.
Whether real time or virtual, because I still think that same fueling is happening now. I think that the fact that we're taking time and showing time lapses of us doing our work, and it's just another whole paradigm. When we did our quarantines, they were private. They were not intended for the public to even peer in.
Yeah.
And so being able to do this has challenged all of us to, number one, articulate what you do. You got to make at least 20 minutes a day to get content ready, or you got to go live and do content.
Yeah, it's me.
Yeah,
I don't know what works, but it's like, oh Lord, I got to be on TV.
I gotta be on the TV.
Oh my goodness! Because
that's been a big challenge.
Because I don't have a set schedule. So this has put me on a schedule that it's like, whoa, I got a job.
Yeah, but you, man, you done went through. You are managing to stay very, very productive. You had to break away for a couple of days to take the family business, and I just want to thank you for being consistent and for understanding what this whole thing is really about. A lot of people now are making mention of the biggest problem, which is connectivity. And as we get beyond the halfway point, the lack of connectivity is really bothering portions of the artists that are in this project. And I think I need to be more sensitive to that, because my partner in crime, Charles, and I have a whole different chemistry. You and I have a different chemistry. We never really required that kind of connectivity because we had a spiritual connectivity already.
Yeah.
And I think that's what everybody's missing. Again, I want to reiterate the fact that we're already living isolated lives, but now artists are coming out of a year being quarantined. And yeah. I think it's got its positive and its negatives, and I see a lot of possibilities, but I just want you to try to share what it was like to actually be in that kind of environment. Because I remember you pouting in LA.
Did I pout?
You pouted because you wanted to be out partying in LA because you hadn't been in LA in a while.
Okay, yeah, I pouted.
And I was watching you battling the discipline piece of, okay, I could just go out and just have a little bit of fun and come back and work. But I kept watching you recentering yourself, and you stayed and worked where there was no restrictions. It's not like we locked the door and but I watched you challenge yourself to, okay, I know I could be doing this, but no, I got stuff that I got to do.
Yeah, you have to have a certain amount of discipline, you know, as an artist to get anything done, really.
Right.
No matter what you're going through.
Yeah, well, you have blind discipline. When you're ready to do what you're ready to do, you focus in, you hone in. It's not personal, it's not emotional. It's like, this is what has to be done.
Yeah.
And that's what I admire, because I don't think all artists have that. You know, you have artists that are very prolific, and I think I consider a very prolific person. When I met you, you were surviving off of original paintings, where I was surviving off of reproductions, and you were still.
Yeah, I had to work.
So you were working harder, but you were still working. And I was so amazed to see how much work you were able to create despite the method that I was using. I even know I remember the most prolific thing you ever said to me was that, where I would load my van with 1,000 posters and print bins, and you said to me, people can only buy what I bring. And that was like a brick upside my head. Like, why am I bringing half of my shop to take on the road with me? I used to get so mad at the end of the show because Deborah Shedrick would be out of the building before everybody.
Oh yeah, I had to make it easy on myself.
She brought the same amount of artwork. She slipped her pieces between the panels in a minivan, and she was waving goodbye while I was loading all those frames and panels. And hasta la vista.
That was one of our friendly competitions.
Yeah, I miss those days. I really miss those days. But I'm glad we're capturing and found a way to reconnect and do some things. So I want to thank you for your part. We're going to let Frankie and LaShawn have a little dialogue today. They're going to have a conversation on thinking outside of the box. So hopefully LaShawn is a good master of ceremonies.
All right.
Thank you for sharing your pieces. Now you make me want to go and finish this last LaShawn Bill piece I got around here.
Look, did I finish before you?
I got 3 down and 20 to go.
Oh, you didn't say that.
You know LaShawn powered me up. Let me let the other artists in the studio before you go. So you can say hello. Hey, Frankie, what's going on?
Good. How you doing? How you doing?
What's happening, LaShawn? What's going on?
Hey, Deborah, Pancho.
Deborah. I said Deborah. I'm sorry.
I can't wait to hear this conversation.
Deborah.
Okay. That's right. You got to get it right. You got to say it right. We in that world now where we got to say it right.
For real, because you don't want to get smacked upside the head.
That's right.
No, I don't.
What's up, Frankie?
How you doing?
All right, Deborah, take it easy. We will check in with you tomorrow. All right, guys. You know, I got you guys online together today for a specific reason. Okay. So I want you to stop working Mr. LaShawn for a minute. Give people your attention. I want you guys to have a conversation. Yes. I want you guys to have a conversation on the subject of thinking outside of the box. And the reason I want to come up with this subject is Frankie is come from a specific place with specific challenges, and he is. I'm watching him in this quarantine trying to get outside of the box, and sometimes the box is created by you personally, and sometimes it's created by society. So, LaShawn, I want you to speak on what it takes to begin thinking outside the box, and Frankie, I want you to ask any questions that are regarding that whole process.
Well, for me, I think the first thing that I think of when I think about thinking outside the box is allowing yourself to expand your mind. Open up to the universe. Don't I go with the mentality that not thinking outside the box, but there is no box. So you have to allow yourself to flow in your creative energies all the way and let them take you where they're going to take you. But being mindful of that you're steering it in the direction that you may want to go. Because if left to his own device, you would just be painting anything and everything, and it wouldn't make any sense because it'd just be sensory overload. But thinking outside the box is always thinking how you can take different components and work them together to make something else. A good example of that would be, I'm working on some clay pieces right now, all right? And they're little heads. So, okay, my thought process, how can I take that to a whole nother level? Well, I can incorporate fabric into those pieces and like doing head wraps. I'm doing head wraps out of fabric as opposed to the clay. That's taken out of the box. But what I do is I don't want to go buy fabric. What I do is when I have something that I'm going to get rid of, like an old t-shirt or something like that, I put those in a bin. And then when it's time to work on something, I just go get that shirt, cut it up, and put it back to use. You know, repurposing things. And there's so much stuff just around you. I work on, for instance, I give you a good story. I was over at one of my showrooms, and in the parking lot, there will always be all these leaves in the parking lot. And the maintenance guys would be out there all the time, blowing them to get rid of them. And they were magnolia tree leaves. So if you know what those are thick leaves. And when they die, they're very, very dense. I picked something up one day. I said, you know what? I can paint on this. All I got to do is put a coat on it and paint it. Then I started doing little masterpieces based on that. Just taking those little leaves and painting them and making artwork out of those. That's thinking outside. That's what I consider thinking outside the box.
Okay. And excuse me, I was writing some stuff down. With thinking outside the box, what's making more sense to me is the different mediums, because I always thought outside the box, but more in with art. But my way of thinking outside the box, besides imagination, would be, okay, I'm going to use pen this time. I'm going to use paint this time. You know, you guys are showing me how to anything goes. Where for some reason I lived by a certain self-inflicted, because I didn't go to school, a self-inflicted rule where faces have to be symmetrical, everything has to line up perfectly, and it kind of takes away from that, or took away from that, the creativeness you're talking about, that flow. And
Right. Well, you know what? I think, frankly, we all deal with, I know I dealt with that too early on. It's about, we have to learn the foundations. It's important to know those. But once you got an understanding of the foundations, that's when you take it to that next level. Like we know that, you can work in, say, for instance, a marker, all right, black marker or black ink. And who's to say you just can't take some oil pastels and mix it with that black ink? I mean, as far as the drawing itself goes. And it's like being freed up to like know that you can use all these different mediums and let them overlap with one another.
That's what I'm learning now. If you can see over here, I was done with this piece, I want to say a month ago. And then what happens is events happen and I go and add more to it. And I'm finding out more and more that it's not a done deal when you finish drawing, that you can always go back and add to it. And the whole creative quarantine process, it's been I want to say, what has it been, a year or something like that? Wow, it's almost been a year since quarantine. The whole process, I think outside the box, my challenges would be more electronic, more digital. I'm not that old, but it's more of after injury, I had to be more savvy with technology and learn things. And, so this whole process is new. And collaboration, I never did a collaboration. So it's a challenge. It's a great challenge though. It's like, bring it, because once you accept it, now you're stuck with, okay, I took the challenge. Oh crap, now I got to do it. I have no choice but to do it. No choice but to succeed. And that's where I put myself. I always take a challenge and then place myself in okay, now it's time to perform. And but my challenge was that, like the art that you sent me, I stared at it, wow, blankly for a good 45 minutes. I just stared at it, trying to figure out where my, okay, time to cut in from what you did. And then I'm looking at it, and then I see Pancho's work and your work, and I'm thinking, okay, I gotta match this. I draw.
It's not a matter of matching. It's all about looking inside you. That's the beauty of the quarantine. is that it allows you to look inside you at an unexpected angle. So I would suggest to you is just look at it and think about what you would do if you were superposing your work on top of it. And that's a great, that's one way to look at it. Or what could you do to like enhance this piece to make it more interesting? It can be completely out of your natural style, but it's just something you're doing to like add some flavor to it. And that's all you're doing is you're adding flavor to it, you know? So go ahead.
No, I was going to say, it almost seems harder to unlearn than it is to learn things for the first time.
Well, that's the beauty of it.
Yeah, unlearning. The thing is, you do something for so many years. Now you have to unlearn or break out of it. Whereas someone who's never done it just goes right to it. And that's where I am, is caught up in that mess of unlearning old habits, combining them, reverting back to it, like a soup of different ideas and techniques and how to incorporate them on any medium. So I'm learning that. That's a big...
Yeah. And you brought up something interesting. You said soup, and that's really what this all is. It's a soup. In a soup, you have your basic ingredients that goes with pretty much every soup. You need a liquid, then you need the vegetables, things of that nature to go into that soup. Okay, that's pretty much your foundation. But everything else that you add to it, that's the flavor. That's the flavor. And that's what, that as an artist, it's not a matter of trying to like forget the old ways that you did things. It's all about just opening your mind up to the possibility of new things to do. It's not unlearning, it's growing, it's expanding. You're expanding your vocabulary of things that you can use to execute your thoughts, what the message you're trying to bring across. So it's not unlearning, it's expanding. So think of it like that. Yeah, you just you're taking it to your next level. And the more you do that, the more creative you're gonna find yourself being. It keeps it interesting, keep working, it keeps work engaging. A lot of stuff that I do is very repetitious because I usually work in sets of things. And so it's one step, next step, one step, next step, one step, next step, until you get to the point where you're going to put that flair, that little, something special to it. So, but it's getting to that some special that keeps me going and motivated to do what I do.
It's important in my position with the whole quarantine process to network. That's a biggie, but to always have that incentive of feeling like I have to finish something or I have something to do. As far as an artist, the worst thing I would get is an artist block, and my topics explode after an event. For example, the event that took place, but that's when my creative comes out, my creativity. But then for some reason I have that block or that fear of the new when it comes to an art medium. There's that fear of, I'm gonna jack this up. It's a lot easier. I'm in my comfort zone, and then I'm thinking, okay, all right, I'll try this, and
Well, I think it's
that challenge with what you did. I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, okay, this is a big challenge. And the same with Pancho. show, that's a comfort zone. Yeah. The comfort zone is the enemy to creativity. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I think that
And the terminology, me saying things like unlearning, whereas you can flip it and say, oh my God, you just said it.
expanding,
Expanding.
expanding, right?
Expanding, yeah.
hmm
Unlearning and expanding, there's a big difference there.
hmm
So,
it's Frankie. It's really all about views. Um, when I get something new, a new medium to work with, I go in and play with it. I experiment with it. It's not yet. You're not going to be perfect the first time you work with it, but that's part of it. It's in that process that you're going to see something in that medium that you might want to use in one of your previous mediums. So that's the fun of working with different mediums, is that it expands your horizon for stuff that you've always worked on. I know, Pancho can attest to this. It's like if I work on drawings for like several days and I go back to painting, my paintings are going to be better. And vice versa. If I work on paintings for several days and go back to my drawings will be just a little bit better. But it's that constant working, and until it becomes second nature, you know. So I applaud you, even when you don't be feeling like it. If you think you have like an artist block, pick up a sketch pad and
oh
just
yeah.
do some sketches. Just do some sketches. Don't even worry. Don't let your mind flow. Just don't concentrate on anything in particular. Just start doing some circles, squares, whatever. And then as you continue to do that, something beautiful is gonna come out of that.
Perfect. Frankie, I think the best thing that I could say from watching the last few weeks is that you are so caught up in your process that you've blocked yourself from being as creative as you can be. You're a very creative being. I mean, look at that painting, and none of us could create that because you have so many layers of ideas and mediums and color and concepts that are being laid on top of each other and laid on top of each other. And I think you're probably in that's part of your creative flow. But you can become enslaved by that way of working. And what me and LaShawn and Deborah and some other artists have found is a way to get out of that enslavement. Because the moment you get out of that enslavement, you actually explode on another level. So working different sizes, familiarizing yourself with other, like you've been working on that painting for a long time, and you're not working on other pieces to divert even your
I
attention.
noticed, yeah, it's like
Go back. And see, all of us are working on sometimes 5 or 6 pieces at a time. I'm not saying that it's about quantity, and I'm not saying that you should break the way you're working, but I implore you to not become enslaved by your process.
Right. It does. I do.
And some of it has to do with your journey.
Yeah.
You had a traumatic brain disorder. You had to learn things all over again, and now your brain is like operating on this level that none of us can comprehend. When I look at that painting, you're doing some stuff to that painting that I can't comprehend because you're in a totally different mind space creating that. But I also know your fatigue level has to be very high, going back to that same painting over and over and over and over again. It's a form of creative enslavement. And so you can always start. I know you got more than one piece going at a time, but you might have to increase that number so that when you go to each piece, you're going with a fresh mindset. And then when you come back to that piece again, certain things are going to already be resolved. And I've learned that even in my own work. I normally always have at least 5 pieces going at a time.
Oh yeah.
And when I start my quarantines, the first step of my quarantine is grabbing pieces in my studio that have never been completed and force them to a level of completion. And I build my momentum from forcing myself to finish those first 4 or 5 pieces, and then I branch off and start working. So I'm always trying to find ways to to disrupt the flow of how I work because I can. I'm not defined by one thing or one action or one thought or one method or one medium or one process or one style.
You know,
It goes way down the line.
you know what's ironic? It's funny because I tell people that when they ask me about my art, what keeps me going is that I have about 5 or 6 pieces incomplete. So I always have something to jump into.
Mm-hmm.
But when I get obsessive with a piece or I zone in on it, you're right. It's the right word. It's an enslavement to that piece.
Mm-hmm. And
But
why
you're
is
just
that?
like,
Because and why that's dangerous is that once you become captive to your process, it becomes work, and you're not as productive as you probably would like to be. So I'm loving this. I'm hoping that from time to time we can pull each other together, have these conversations about things that everybody are concerned with, talk about. I appreciate you guys having this discussion on thinking outside the box. I think we
Sure
could all
thing.
benefit from that.
Sure thing. Hey, Frankie. Hey, go ahead.
No, I'm
I was going to say, Frankie, that you know what? I would probably suggest that you go ahead and take that picture down and start working one of the other ones, just to give yourself a mental break from looking at that big piece right there. Whether you know what, and go ahead, like that, some of the pieces I sent you, you might want to just splash a little color or something on them, and then baby steps, nudge you along.
I'm already going to work on this week is going to be my new project is that plate. The plate that you sent me, the way you started, I'm going to be working on that one.
Okay.
So that's
I say all that to say that your work, what you're doing, that piece is phenomenal. I can't wait to see that piece in the exhibition when we get ready to do the exhibition next month. But I've been watching you going through this process throughout the time of this quarantine, and just take some of those things under advisement. I think they will greatly benefit your productivity.
Gotcha.
Indeed. Yeah, Frank, it's a struggle. It is a struggle, man. I mean, even, I can tell you that I struggle a lot of times, and I have to force myself to okay, let's just get this done. Let's keep it going. Let's do something else. Let's work on something else. I probably have Frankie, right now, I probably got about 30 different projects that I'm working on in various stages.
Mm-hmm.
So it's about going back, doing a little here, a little there. And next thing you know, in a small amount of time, you have a whole body of work. So,
and the biggest thing is, and I don't want to frame this around body of work so much. I mean, I get what you're saying, LaShawn. You're absolutely right. But the biggest thing, and I'm speaking to Frankie, is that you give your brain a break.
Yeah,
your brain needs time to reset, to recharge, to re-execute. And if not, you can easily fall into your own trance.
Oh, I know that.
So it's like that's where working on multiples can be a great asset.
And another thing I obsess with is the size of it. If you see this in person, it's a big piece.
Mm-hmm.
All of my pieces are this big. They're like 30 by.
But understand. You got to watch how you say that. Yeah, every time you say it, you say all of my pieces are big. All of my pieces are big. That's programming. There's nothing stopping you from doing any size, and and that's small compared to the murals you work on. Yeah. But there's another world under that. That's 8.5 by 11. There's 11 by 14. There's 16 by 20. There's 18 by 24. That's why the art supply store makes those sizes.
I know, and I just walk.
All you gotta do is challenge yourself.
That's why they make them.
You got to challenge yourself to really go in, and I had to do that time. It just couldn't help myself. You got to challenge yourself. You came in on our conversation. We didn't come in your conversation with that. All right. You gotta trust yourself that you can go smaller and embrace working smaller. Working smaller allows you to get more concepts out of your brain than working larger. There's nothing saying you can't do a small piece that's a small section of the big piece that you're doing. You know, who's to say that you do a small piece as a study to another area you want to work on in that painting before you jump into the painting?
It's an odd confinement. You never confined yourself like that?
I have been, but that's why I'm giving the instructions that I'm giving, and that's why LaShawn's sharing it. We've all had that position. I've had different styles that were more confining, and I noticed I was getting so mixed up in the technique and the stylization of what I was doing that it actually was stopping my productivity. So I had to try to find a way to get myself beyond that, and that's how you do it. You just gotta be very mindful that I need to give my brain a break, and I know you can relate to that, Frankie.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but you can't do it. You can't do it going in every day and needling. And I'm not saying that that's not part of your normal process. That's probably why your work is so brilliant. But in this quarantine operation, I see that's something that's going to be a hindrance to you and how you create your work.
Right.
It also leaves you. You're going to have a lot of incomplete work in your life.
No, and I don't want that. My goal is to have.
I got you, but the way you're working now and the pressure you're putting on yourself, like you told me last week, this is going to be finished by next week. So already here you got a mental picture of when that's going to happen, but you've also been working on that piece before. And like you said, it's got 4 or 5 different references in it from when you first started it to now, which I think is what makes it a genius. But you also don't want to get bogged down.
No, there's a limit.
Exactly.
I have an awful tendency of doing that too, where it starts one thing and every day just build off of it, add to it, and subject changes and stuff. So I appreciate you guys giving me your tips. We're
not in the same room, Frankie, but I feel like I'm in the room with you.
Well, good. Good. And I'll ask you something else. Well, this is what I do too, is for some reason I placed an age limit on myself where, well, I've been doing it for so long, this many years.
How old are you, Frankie?
That's it. Huh?
How old are you, Frankie?
49.
Get over it.
Wait, yeah, like.
Get over it.
I didn't mean. What are you laughing at?
I was curious. Man, do you know what I would pay to have 49 again? Do you know what I would trade off to have 49 again? I'm almost 59. I'll be 59 this year. I would love to have those 10 years back.
You and I both, brother.
Well, I'm talking to you guys.
Frankie. The way we were cranking out work at 49, well, it was freaking bottled your mind up, Doc. It would you had a meltdown. Man, we were vicious.
Yeah, I am definitely.
We were vicious.
I'm not the guy I was when I was 49. The guy at 49 was just off the charts. He was cranking. We've just found a smarter way to work now that we're older.
I'm thinking you guys are my age. I'm trying to talk to you like if you can relate to my.
Well, you are, but
no, we can't relate. We can relate to it. We've already been there.
All of it, because you're just close enough. You're just close enough to us that there's some parts of us that are very similar. 10 years is not a lot of time, but it's a lot of time when it comes to them aches and pains.
Well, I'm glad. It's inspiring to see that though, because damn, I did that. Where I'm thinking, okay, I'm at a certain age.
Get over it. I'm gonna say it. Every time you say it, I'm gonna say it's every time you say it, I'm gonna say get over it, Frankie. You gotta get over that. Stop sounding like an OG. You not an OG yet. This
No.
let me my position, Frankie. I'm not cracking on you. My best friend, Charles Bibbs, is 15 years older than me. I am constantly reminding myself, despite the fact that we're equals, we share, we're on the same page, we do things together, that I am not in the same developmental part of my life than Charles Bibbs is.
You have to remind yourself.
I have to remind myself, because we got to remember, my dad, I never told you my part of my story. My dad was a teenage parent. I grew up with my father. He was born in 1945. I was born in 1962. We're both baby boomers. So we were brought up in the same generation on the polar opposites of the baby boomer situation. So I am my dad all the way. Okay. But my peers in the business were 15 to 20 years older than me when I got in the business. And they all embraced me. They all shared information. They all took time to talk to me. They all took time to share. And they always treated me like an equal. And it took me to understand that when Charles says, hey, man, I really want to slow down a little bit, that I can't, just because I'm his boy, go, yeah, it's time for me to slow down a little bit when he's got 15 years on me. So, Frankie, at 49, you better absorb that time like you don't have it.
Exactly. Exactly. And Frankie, you know what? A good way to start your day off is just like that. You begin your day off saying, what if there's no tomorrow? What am I going to accomplish today? Do you want that to be the last piece you work on in the back that's behind you right now?
No.
No, you don't. Okay. Okay. What does that tell you? It's time to move on, brother. You gotta work on something else. You gotta get some other stuff done. Because you're not promised tomorrow. We're not sorry. So you gotta make the most of today.
Gotcha.
You know, so it's training your mind to like, okay, move. Let's get it done. Let's get it done. Move on to something else. Let's get it done. Move on to something else. So that you can reach your goal, because your goal, Frankie, is to be prolific and produce a lot of work. But the process that you're using is not lending itself to reaching that goal in a timely fashion.
Well, what I'll say to you, Frankie, is that I've been watching you work. And what I notice about you is, despite the fact that painting is very complex, you work pretty fast. You're doing more thinking than you're actually doing painting. I watch you paint. You've already processed that 10 times before you actually paint it, whereas some of us are working the opposite.
Like, what do you mean?
You're in your mind, you are thinking about those areas long before you paint them, and you paint fast. I watch you paint and you execute, but you also plan. You got the color blindness issue, so you found a way to put down color and make sure your colors stay straight. Then you'll get an idea, and you'll go and you'll put a capital where there was no capital. That's amazing to me. There is nothing wrong with your process, Frankie. What I'm saying is, don't become enslaved by your process.
Yeah.
And because if we keep talking around it, it's going to sound different. But simplistically, that's all we're saying. You got to give yourself a break. You got to move around, do some other paintings. You will be resolving certain areas by moving to other work. Every time you come back, you're going to have a fresh perspective, and you'll be more productive. Because at the end of the day, you want to be a productive artist. If you're not creating a minimum of 12 pieces a year for me is poor for an artist.
Oh, for a
24
year?
pieces, 24 pieces a year for me is poor for an artist. Because we gotta, who do you know that can survive off of doing something twice a month?
No, I bang out. I crank out way more than
Well, I'm glad you do, but I'm just saying, I'm just not just speaking to you, Frankie. There's other artists watching that have a whole different perspective of what their productivity is.
Mhm.
You know, I've already created 30 pieces for this quarantine, despite the fact that I'm managing this whole project. Now, I'm not saying it's a competition, and I'm not saying it's a race, but I'm saying I'm freeing my mind up so that I can do these little explosions of creativity that have nothing to do with what happened inside of my head every day. You know?
30 pieces
Yes, and counting.
and counting.
And by the time LaShawn get finished doing the way he's working, and Deborah do what she's doing, and look, and our biggest person right now is Karen Clark. Karen Clark is working in a medium that's very slow. And she's really going to be, I bet you at the end of this thing, she's going to have a comparable amount of work done. Again, this is not about quantity as it is about you working through a process of productivity. And so I want to thank LaShawn. I know he's been on for a while. His phone's probably having some technical abilities. I'm going to give a bring another artist in and have a conversation with him for a few, and with Ryan Murray. Hey, Ryan Murray. We got a full house. I'm putting all of y'all on the screen tonight. What's happening, guys?
Sheldon, Ryan, what's up, man?
What up?
How are you guys doing tonight?
Doing good.
Frankie and LaShawn and myself were having this discussion on thinking outside of the blocks. Somebody's sound is up. They need to turn that down. Got you. So we want to try to elaborate on that because we got some younger members in our group. We got Ryan Murray, who's been very consistent. Somebody's got their sound up on their device. Oh, I know what it is. It's you, Sheldon. It's your other window. I got it. All right, I think we got it. So we want to have a dialogue about creativity and thinking outside the box. I'm going to phase out Frankie and LaShawn because they've been on for about maybe 20 minutes talking about the subject. And I want to talk to you two guys thank you, LaShawn. We will check in with you tomorrow. Thank you, Frankie. We'll check in with you tomorrow. So, guys, the conversation here is a discussion on thinking outside the box. Working in the quarantine, we've had certain challenges. We've all had to face certain things. But I want to ask each one of you, what do you do to think outside of the box as you approach a project like this? And I'll start with you, Ryan.
Well, the very first question I asked myself is, what wouldn't I do? My process is very rigid because like I'll have an image, prepare it, and then like do everything. There's a specific way I want it to look, and it comes out like really crisp. And if I did that, if I did just that throughout the entire month, I wouldn't have time to make a lot of things. So I've been reintroducing myself to processes that I wouldn't normally do, like free-flowing, free-handed stuff.
Yeah, I noticed in this quarantine you've been doing a lot of free-handed stuff, and I know you do a lot of stencil work, and you do a lot of murals, you do a lot of mixed media pieces. That was surprising to me to see
stuff that takes careful preparation.
Right. So how has it been for you doing that in this particular quarantine?
A little unnerving at first because I think I was trying to approach it from two angles, like what's new to me and what people in a gallery would like.
Right.
I don't necessarily have to be thinking about that second question just yet.
Mm-hmm.
And I have to constantly remind myself of that.
Mm-hmm. So, Sheldon, what do you think is some keys to thinking outside of the box? Is Sheldon alive? Something we don't have any sound from you, brother. Let me see if you hold it for a second. You got to unmute yourself, brother, because I can't do it from my side. You have to unmute yourself because I'm blocked on this side, Sheldon. There you go.
All right.
I think we might be experiencing some technical difficulties from Mr. Sheldon.
Now, can you hear me now?
And we can hear you, brother. Yeah, we're good. All right. The question is about thinking outside the box, Mr. Sheldon. What do you do to think outside the box? How do you approach doing a project where you have to create within a certain restriction?
So can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Are we good?
We're good, man. Go ahead, talk while you got a signal.
Yeah, so I was listening to what you were saying earlier, and one of the things that I looked at is that, do you want this to be your last piece of work that you work on, type of thing? And like 30 days that, God forbid, hopefully I make it through 30 days.
Oh, you will.
As just the opportunity to create. And it's like it can be self-motivated, but to push that everybody is maybe not in the same place, but like together, I know other people are working, and it's constantly on my mind of just like creating, and I get bored quick, so I don't want to keep working on the same type of work that I've done in the past. So I'm doing a little bit of everything, same methods, like same media, but just different styles. Like I haven't done anything like this in a long time. Just like drawing, doing like portrait style, and a bunch of abstracts. I've messed with spray paint. I've done lamps and stuff. I've been mixing it up. So it's really just,
well,
it's
I
not a
mean,
competition. It's
to me,
myself.
mixing it up is a necessity. It really is a necessity, and it's not so much a necessity just for our normal creative lives, but when you're in a creative quarantine kind of a environment, your productivity becomes part of the factor. And so we're all working a little quicker than we normally do. We might be working some sizes that might not be what we normally do. So what do you think has been the biggest challenge for you, Ryan, with adjusting to this pace of this 31-day press?
I think holding myself accountable has been the number one thing. Like outside of stream, can I keep myself working enough for 31 days? So yeah, it's just been like a motivation thing. I've had some struggles with motivation in the past lately, especially with the pandemic going on.
Well, you seem to have found a balance somewhere, my friend. You are turning in some really good work. I've been very impressed by what you've been doing so far. Being the youngest member of this group, can you speak a little bit to what you think your generation is facing as creatives?
A lot of hurdles that didn't exist before, at least not as intensely. So I mean, the arts aren't really respected in the academic world as much. I can say that going to getting my bachelor's at a university that's actually it can be well known for its elitism. I have no qualm saying that. It's hard for people to get jobs in the arts, to get like a leg up in the art. It can be less about talent and experience and more about who you know.
Do you think there's an attitude difference with your generation than, say, my generation in how we approach our work? What do you say? What do you think is the biggest divide between what you're experiencing now as an artist to some of the things you've seen?
I think being more aware to social issues and the changing political climate has been a huge factor, and that's even like going outside of the arts. That's just in general.
Yeah, I've noticed that a lot of the younger artists now are doing nothing but socially conscious work, because when I was coming through, nobody was buying socially conscious work. It's just a different time and how we produce things. Do you think that the subject matter, the stuff that you're creating now, is spontaneous, or did some of these things or things that's been sitting in your mind that you want to execute, or?
I'd say a mixture. I mean, I thought when I started this month, I was going to touch on some of the same themes that I've been painting for the last few years, but again, I ran into the issues, which is those take careful planning, and I kind of just need to like let my hands do the work for a little while and see what comes out.
So Sheldon, what would you say is the biggest challenge you've had with this quarantine?
The technical aspects, putting added pressure on myself for trying to please other people instead of myself.
When you say trying to please other people, what do you think?
Not so much, goal is actually to work at a good pace, but at a better or a higher standard than I would normally work at. Right off the bat, that's something I kind of am striving for, to be a lot more focused on what I'm doing, versus doing it just to make me happy, but to create a body of work.
Something happened today. Something happened today earlier in our conversations where folks started giving up their ages. So, Sheldon, about how old are you? I'm trying to get an idea of how old you are.
Who's that?
You, Sheldon.
Me?
I know that Ryan is 28, I think.
Yeah.
How old are you, Ryan?
Yeah, 28. I'll be 29 this year.
And what about you, Sheldon?
I'm not shy about my age. I'm getting up there. So
you shy about your age? We always got one of those. All right. Well, I'm gonna leave you alone on that, man. You go ahead and stay shy on your age. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I'm happy for you on that one. But that also helps us be able to have some dialogue, because I know artists in their 80s, 70s, 60s, 50s, 40s, 30s. There's some developmental things that happen to us in each one of those stages. And so I'm able to talk to artists by knowing somewhat where they are in this whole situation. So that's the only reason why I asked the age, because I think age is just a number. It defines a few things, but not everything. So Ryan, I just want to thank you for taking the time out to have a little discussion on this subject. We'll probably be talking about some other things down the line. We've had some really good discussions all day with different groups of artists in the group. So I appreciate y'all taking the time out from your work. I've been talking all day, so it's time for me to put a paintbrush in my hand. So, and you, Sheldon, keep it up moving. I think what we're going to do is that me and Louise are going to have a conversation with you in the next day or so. See if we can help smooth out some of the technical stuff.
Thank you much. I appreciate it.
All right, guys. Y'all take it easy and happy working. I'll see what you guys are working on tomorrow.
All right. Sounds good.
All right, now. What's up? Oh, she's got the resin in her hand. She's got the blue gloves out. She don't have a mask on though because she's using the healthy stuff.
Yeah, my resin doesn't have a scent. So my resin is awesome. I can turn the sound down and get it back up.
And meanwhile, people, I'm going to show you a presentation forwarded by one of our artists, Miss Sheba Maya.
Oh.
Greetings, friends. Okay, so today I thought I'd continue on our journey of this illustration. So this is part 3, actually part 2 of the grayscale portion of this. And so we're kind of taking a look at where things started. Part 1 landed here, part 2 landed here, and part 3 landed us here. So what happened in the transition between part 2 and part 3? Let's take a look. Okay, so today I thought I'd slow down the speed painting or speed drawing, the time lapse, but started with where the grayscale kind of began. So we can kind of review where things picked up here and then where I picked up today. So yes, in the beginning of talking about this illustration, I talked a lot about the idea behind it, the concept behind it, how I set it up, and how I got it started. Now things are on a roll, and I'm obsessed with the texture and how things are developing. I'm really excited about it. And what I started to do was to kind of block things in to get an idea of the contrast value. I'm thinking that today I really became concerned with texture. And that was something I talked about in part 2, I think, like my approach to this. And I continued on that thought and also wanted to continue on other parts of the illustration before things got overdeveloped on the left, because I was creating a lot of work for myself everywhere else. And I really want to get as much of this done as possible quickly, because the challenge for the quarantine is to or for the residency that I am participating in, the Creative Quarantine, is that I also collaborate and really create as many pieces as possible through exploration and experimentation. So I was dealing with a lot of technical challenges and a lot of things from left field I wasn't expecting. I really did want to experiment and explore, at least within a discipline that that I was familiar with and comfortable with, but push it and still challenge myself to come up with some things and do things in a way I wouldn't normally do it. So one thing I did was kind of jump the gun on starting on the grayscale. I really like to tighten up the drawing a lot more than this. Before I start moving forward, I feel like the tighter the drawing is, the easier it is to paint. So what happened in the transition between part 2 and part 3? Let's take a look. Okay, so today I thought I'd slow down the speed painting or speed drawing time lapse, but started with where the grayscale kind of began. So we can kind of review where things picked up here and then where I picked up today. So yes, in the beginning of talking about this illustration, I talked a lot about the idea behind it, the concept behind it, how I set it up, and how I got it started. Now things are on a roll, and I'm obsessed with the texture and how things are developing. I'm really excited about it. And what I started to do was to kind of block things in to get an idea of the contrast value. I'm thinking that today I really became concerned with texture. And that was something I talked about in part 2, I think, like my approach to this. And I continued on that thought and also wanted to continue on other parts of the illustration before things got overdeveloped on the left, because I was creating a lot of work for myself everywhere else. And I really want to get as much of this done as possible quickly, because the challenge for the quarantine is to, or for the residency that I am participating in, the Creative Quarantine, is that I also collaborate and really create as many pieces as possible through exploration and experimentation. So I was dealing with a lot of technical challenges and a lot of things from left field I wasn't expecting. I really did want to experiment and explore, at least within a discipline that that I was familiar with and comfortable with, but push it and still challenge myself to come up with some things and do things in a way I wouldn't normally do it. So one thing I did was kind of jump the gun on starting on the grayscale. I really like to tighten up the drawing a lot more than this. Before I start moving forward, I feel like the tighter the drawing is, the easier it is to paint. So I kind of worked myself into a corner in that respect, but it's kind of nice to work a little bit looser. I do tend to get wound up in details and perfection, kind of going back and forth, stepping back and evaluating. I love the minutia. I love the detail. I love getting in there and seeing how much I can refine it. I'm just wired that way. If I see something that can be corrected, my inclination is to correct it. So the challenge here is to kind of see if I can, loosen up a bit. So I guess this is my idea of loose. Texturally speaking, what was seriously important to me was that the wood looked like wood, the glass looked like glass, porcelain looked like porcelain, metal, wax, bones, crystal, sand, water, sky, mountains, all of that texture has to bounce off of one another. And these dry flowers as well. You know, the glowing flame, the texture of it had to be evident and obvious in order for the impact to be as strong as I was kind of sensing that it was. It really couldn't be left alone at the line drawing stage to capture all of that, what I was feeling and sensing. So I went ahead and punched in the grayscale. I'm not sure if I'll be able to get to color on this. I'm not sure. I don't think there's enough time because there are other projects that I wanted to tend to that I do intend on getting to. But maybe in the future, I'll come back to this and add color because I can't help but see a future for this in terms of color and possibly some subtle animation. Ooh, I don't know. But I'm thinking about it as a way to keep exploring new ideas within my illustration work. So, today's effort was really a lot of trying to resist refinement, but I did concentrate on pups today. I really have to get back to the bird. I have to get back to my bird bones over here. The rib cage is still missing. There's a lot of development around the legs that still needs to be present. And I worked myself into a corner there. And the crystal stand that Fish Daddy is on is also posing like some elegant. I'm a little intimidated by that. I don't think I've ever tried to draw or paint something that complicated like that. That's clear and transparent, has tons of different facets, reflects light, and shows what's behind it. And is also like, all these different cylindrical in and out shapes. There's a lot going on here to kind of work out. So, there were some do-overs here, but I learned a lot from the mistakes, and I'm sure that when I come back to this, that's going to be the next effort. That's going to be the next effort, is to get those two elements solidified and up to speed with everything else. It's the hardest part. I'll admit that for sure. So in the latest session of working on this illustration, I started around here. I started working on the teacup below and really trying to get the form that's extremely subtle because it's white. I wanted to get the shine and smoothness of the china, as well as the metallic kind of bling trim around the edges and on the handle. Another very complicated shape. It's a perfect kind of rounded object. So if it's tilted slightly, there's really no room or a lot of forgiveness in terms of room for error. These things have to kind of be on point in order to read properly. But I'm loving the shadow and the ins and outs and how it really looks like there's an inside to that top cup. And I really want it to feel like the bottom cup matches and that it's really sitting in there and the top one is set to the side a little bit. I need that saucer as well to match. And I'm realizing that it's one of those things where developing the things around the thing that I'm targeting will help bring out the context of it. So I'm also working on the shadow and the shading around the ground. these areas around the cup, the saucer, the area on the left of the saucer between it and the candle, all those shadows and ins and outs provide more depth and really start to pop things out and start to make other things make more sense. And I don't know, just start to add more context when I start to pay attention to the things around that object that I was just really working on developing. So at this point, I'm continuing to work around that bottom cup, the saucer, and eventually the fork as well. It was pretty challenging dealing with these objects that were white, but still reflecting light. So this pop of light is extraordinarily subtle. The little pops of light on the white and on the metal trim, extraordinarily subtle, and had to be properly placed in order to get this to kind of come off just right. And there was just so much back and forth with getting that left hand shadow to look like it was being casted from whatever was on the left side of it, that candle. So my mind is constantly kind of evaluating what's going to make this look more realistic, you know? And I'm thinking about this concept of develop what's around the object as well as what the object is. The idea of light became extraordinarily important to me in this piece. I began to realize, and it was a feedback that I got from my mom when I shared it with her as it was, you know, moving forward. She tells me, "Oh, I love how the light is developing in this piece." And I was like, yes, that's great, because what I really want to have happen here is I want the light to dance. I want the light to be the thing that makes this come alive, even though we're looking at a lot of inanimate objects or things that were once living and are now dead. And then there's this, you know, kind of flame that has movement and action. There's the sea in the background that has movement and action. There'll probably be birds in the sky that have movement and action, maybe even clouds. But what really makes this thing dance is the light. And I was really pleased at that with the feedback that I got. So I really want to pay attention to where light reflects off of things. I want it to sparkle and glow. These things are so important to me in all of my artwork. Artwork that I respond to typically has a lot of play on light, things that look luminous, like it's lit from behind. These things excite me when that can be conveyed, you know, through drawing or painting. And without any source of electricity or actual like physical light, I like when light makes an appearance. Also, in my collage work, I realized that I am very much attracted to things that reflect the light or respond to light. Mirrors, metallics, pearlescence, iridescence, all of these kinds of things where if you tilt it and move it around, it looks different according to how the light is hitting it, and it's very obvious. These things are very exciting to me. I love that kind of stuff, and I love when people pick up things like that and start to play with it, like they want to interact with this light. I think that as human beings, we are wired to be attracted to sparkly things. And so, like babies love that kind of stuff. It's just attractive. Diamonds and sparkly water and all kinds of things, like your eyes can't resist it. And so I want that irresistible allure in my work as well. So that became important to me as I moved along in this illustration here. And so because I was a little bit intimidated by this bird and this crystal stand. I wanted to start dropping in the background. I felt, again, this is going to help the things that were in front really pop out, give this whole environment a lot more context. Also, one thing I hadn't mentioned was the development of the flowers. I started to go back into that flower inside the champagne bottle because I felt like it looked too alive, and I really wanted it to look like dried, dead, void of hydration, and but still pristine and preserved. So I went back in there and fixed a few things that I noticed were kind of off around the contours and texturally, all that good stuff. So I started to drop in this mountainous background. I play a lot with the sky too. I think I want some sort of like weather phenomenon going on. I was thinking maybe the clouds could be in some sort of vortex. I don't know. We'll see what happens there. I like the idea of something unusual going on in the sky. So I'll play around with that. We'll see. So that was my track for today. Part 1 is where I did a lot of the line drawing. Part 2 is where I started to drop in the grace. Thanks to Gully Soul Music for providing the track. See you next time. Peace.
Hey. Get with it, Sheldon.
Sheldon's in the zone.
It's the dance off. Sheldon's got that white hat on.
Sheldon got it going on.
I know. What you working on, Sheldon? Let me see it. Let me see what Sheldon's working on. Oh, that was a morning one. I was trying to see what Sheldon was working on. You see how he does me, Sheldon?
I worked on a couple of things yesterday. Worked on a couple of things yesterday, and yes, it's getting real up in here. This morning, I think this is day 17, and didn't stay up incredibly late last night because body is just saying either lay down or fall down. And I'm kind of choosing the lay down because fall down, you can just do that anywhere. So I worked on one of my LaShawn pieces and finished up the 4 solitude pieces, which are just the individual male in a peaceful state, sort of relaxing and being tranquil and meditative. So I finished those. I just have to do some ink on them. And what else? Did some clay yesterday, which you guys saw. Saw some of that clay work. I'm going to do some of my other clay work a little different probably today. Just trying to finish up some stuff. I want to get this other big piece finished up, and then I'm going to cut out some other things, and found tons of canvas from another workshop that I had did years ago down in my basement. Since I've been down in my basement lately, I was going through some boxes and found some beautiful linen canvas down there that I'm going to bring up and just work on because I just absolutely love it. And I'm going to see what other materials I had down there because I had just packed that box up and just sort of forgot it. So I'm going to bring some of that up, try out some new stuff. I'm having a lot of fun, and just, for me, it's just fun doing things and fun exploring and just, fun. And I know it is tiring and combining all of the things that I have to get done here and, just taking that time out and purposely, because, when you're in a house, you have to purposely choose to be up in your studio creating work, doing work. So when I'm not on the air, I am actively doing artwork and not getting caught up in like just all of the day to day. And yes, my kids miss me, so they'll come up and see me and visit. And but they do feel like I've totally disappeared. So I do try to at least have a meal with them and chat with them during the day, and kind of sit with them and hang out in their rooms because my kids like to chat a little bit. So so I will hang out with them a little bit. So today, I did wake up a little under the weather, but I'm feeling fine now. I was like, oh, what's but I'm fine now. So I'm just gonna do some short, I'll show you some short time lapses of some of the stuff I did yesterday. I don't think I have time lapse of everything, but some of the things I did today. So I'll show you some short time lapses of those. We'll put those up. And so see ya. It's gonna be a great day. It's my finger pushing the button. Hey guys, good afternoon. It's on Sunday. I don't know what time it is. Show's getting ready to start in probably about 45 minutes. Pancho and I are doing some collaborative work. This is my first time doing some collaborative work with him. It's been really, really exciting to work on the first piece. I'm working on the second piece now. This piece is called Tears. So I'm just going to show you the outline. So what I'm going to be doing is carving all of this out, and so that you guys can check it out. It's a lot of detail on it. It is a huge challenge, but I'm looking forward to the challenge. Being that the clay is white, it reflects a lot. So I'm just gonna kind of hold it here and just dig in and find a great spot to work with. So it's gonna be exciting. And I'll just work from there, so I'm just gonna start off with this area right here. This looks like a great beginning right here. So I'm gonna be using multiple tools. The clay has to be leather hard in order for this to work. If it's not leather hard, it would be very, very, very difficult. And I'm going to be using multiple tools in order for the carving to come out. And so all I'm doing is starting with some basics, trying to stay within the lines that he has created. Clay is nice and seasoned. It feels good to carve into this. Sometimes it's not always cool. This is nice. So I'll be on today at 5:20. And hopefully you'll see more done. I've accomplished more in the process. So it takes several hours to get these cleaned. Not bad. It's not bad at all. And so I'm thinking about how I'm going to add color onto this piece. I'm concentrating, so I'm sorry for not a lot of talking. You can see that, see the carving coming out of it. It's still mess up a little bit. I know how to recover it. Sometimes you know things within this because I'm going to keep the integrity of his pristine. So I try to get the big details out of it so that I can get So I am getting ready to log off a little bit because I think that the camera is not going to do the pop justice because of the reflection. Because you have one light and then one color, just gives it this weird shine. So I am going to say goodbye to you guys, and then I will see you guys live with quarantine. I hope you guys have been enjoying the quarantine. I have had a lot of fun. I have learned so much. I am, I can't tell you how much it's been. Incredible it's been. But, I'm already thinking about next January, next quarantine. I know. It's crazy. There's so much other things to do, and I'm worrying about another quarantine in January. I really, really can't wait to. I have enjoyed working with the artists, and I've also been enjoying talking to the artists and seeing their vicariously living through their experiences, and seeing the personalities, artists, and experience their process. It's been amazing. It is amazing. All right, so anyway, just going to show you, bring it up close. You see all the carving on the inside. And so where all the pencil is, that's where I am. right, guys. I'll talk to you now. I will talk to you later. Sunday, we are past the halfway mark. It is day 17. Lots to do. But I am working on a piece. I have 2 of these that I'm working on, so I hope that you guys can see that carving into it. This is a piece that Pancho has given me to work on. Just gonna finish carving into it. It's a lot to carve and gonna clean up edges and things like that, but it's coming out okay. So I'll just bring it up closer. See all the drag marks and things, so I gotta go in and see all of that. So other than that, it's Sunday, it's morning, it's cold. It's actually Sunday afternoon, it's cold. And it's very cold actually. But I have the heat on, and I'm just going to be doing a little bit more carving to this piece, and so that I can kind of give this a rest. And then after that, I'll go to the second piece. So I'm using some of the carving tools that I like to use, and then some new ones as well. So I'm using this tool right here. This carving tool is what they call a diamond core. So they have different carving points to it. So this is probably the final one, and then they have some other ones that are much finer. This is another tool. It's kind of a sgraffito tool for you to draw and scratch out things. So when I'm scratching out the eyes, it helps me rub those out really to give them some depth. Like that. And this one actually helps me to prime it, to give me the fine work. So that's where I'm going into the eye lines of the piece that Pancho has given me. And then it has a backside, which is the flat. And I go in and scrape it out just to make sure that the color goes in. So it is a very interesting process to do. And then after that, once it becomes firm, I will actually do the sanding down of this piece. So I'm just making sure that it's deep enough to work with for the work that's going to come to it. So I still have to make a decision on how much color it's going to get. And so I'm thinking about that in the process. But the piece will actually have another attachment on top of it. So it is a vase, and then it will have a bottom pedestal too. So, and I'm excited about how the color's going to look later. So I'm just going to turn it around one more time so you guys can check it out. I'm sorry I don't have my dolly for you guys to check to see. But it's beautiful. So back to work I go. I'll see you guys at 7:30. Well, 5:20. I'll see you guys back at 5:20. Hopefully, I will accomplish some more to this piece and start working on the second piece. So, shall we?
Hey, this is Sean. Another great day for doing the creative collaborations. Right now, I am working on some clay pieces. We have about 14 pieces in this series when it's all said and done. This is the first one that I've completed, and these are just basic face shapes that I'm getting together now. I would do probably all 14 of them, and then come back and do the more creative stuff. So this is how they start off. You have all the facial parts done up. You've been sculpted out. You got the eyes. You got the mouth. And then you have the nose. I believe in trying to work efficiently as possible. So, and I knew that I wanted to do multiples of these. So I used all the clay that I had. So I cut stencils for all the features, and carved all those out separately, and then just assemble them onto the face. Pretty straightforward. So by pulling the edges, smoothing those down into the base of the face, makes that connection. It doesn't fall apart. I think I like working in clay as much as I do paint. It's something different, so it has its own reward to me. I think to me, clay involves a lot of building and taking away, just to get things to work the way you want it to work. When I was about 15 years old, I took a course at the Museum of Fine Arts in Detroit. And the instructor was none other than the great Elizabeth Taylor. Forehead and nose are in place. We're gonna shave back some of this excess here. artists that are working here. There's 12 of us around the country. This is an oven-baked clay, so these pieces are completed. I'll just stick them inside of the oven ears on the back, on the bushes back side. Just like so. There you have it. That is base number 2.
Hey there. So here I am. I'm going to be trying a new technique to mount watercolor paper to aluminum. This is so that I can either display them as is, or I can pour resin on top. So for a really unique finish that can be hangable right as is. So I've got these pictures that I did where I did ink over the watercolor. I've never done this technique before, so and this is my favorite of the pieces. So it's gonna be a little bit of an adventure. So the key here is I gotta keep them clean. We're gonna be putting clear gel on the back of aluminum panels. Here they are, these clean aluminum. And then taking the panels. Ooh. Some of my aluminum were damaged during shipment. My goodness, that is definitely one. I didn't think that you could damage aluminum, but you can, just so that you know. You want to get a good look at this. This is David Corner. Aluminum's actually a bit bent. Most of them are pretty fine. I wasn't sure if I wanted to paint the edges or what. We'll just leave them as is. This actually has a groove that should be perfectly fine for mounting. Glad I didn't pick this up for painting. So, what I'm going to do is I got to coat it with a coat of paint. I also want to make sure that I line up exactly where I want the painting. It'd be kind of a sadness if it turns out that I'm out in the wrong area. I'm going to start with the whale shark one because it's actually not one that I intend to sell. It's for my kidlet. And if that one doesn't turn out 100% perfect, that's okay. The key about this technique is that we can't get the the gel, the acrylic gel onto the watercolor paper front, because if it gets into the watercolor paper front, it will ruin the effect. It will also ruin the watercolor paper. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to coat each side. One coating on this, one coating on that thing, because acrylic, even if it dries a little bit separate, if it's pressed together long enough, it will merge. So that's what I feel safe. Making sure that it is. So I've got here a gel gloss and a brayer, a clean brayer, so it hasn't been used with ink or anything. Just triple checking, and then I've got a flat surface. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to coat both sides. So the gel gloss is actually quite bright white when you open it up, but will dry translucent. So you got to make sure that it is fully covered with this tape. You don't want to skimp. So I left the paper big because I intend to take an X-Acto knife and cut it to the panel after. That'll cover any mistakes and it'll help me not get any gel on the face of the paper by mistake. That's like the worst thing that can happen using this technique. So make sure that it is fully covered, no spots, and that it is thick enough that it's not going to rapid dry or anything like that. I need it to actually bond. Some people coat both. I think I'm going to try that with this one, just to make sure. I'm a little bit worried about my hair because my hair is 100% flat. I removed the paper while it was drying, which is a mistake. The other ones I only removed from the pad after they were 100% dry. The longer series. But that's, when you're experimenting, you learn things. So, lesson learned. Alright. So I've got this covered. I'm going to cover this for measure. What's cool is you can actually do this with the watercolor paper before painting on it. I did not because with these kind of experimental things, I wasn't sure if I would like the paper. I didn't really want to invest in a panel only to find out that I hated the result. So making sure that this is nice and coated. The watercolor paper is beginning to curl a little bit. That's okay. Put it the wrong side. That's what I get for not looking at the front. Lid in there. No. It's fine if I get some of this music where it is actually coated with acrylic to seal it from issues. I picked it because I know it's a nice clean surface. Alright. So now I am. As long as the whale shark is so calm. Alright, it's looking pretty good. I want to make sure that there's enough to coat those corners. But surprise me later, because you can't fix it once it's done. Alright, so now, what I'm going to do, press it clear. Nice clean, no acrylic on it. So what you're gonna do, leave this to dry overnight. Place weights on it to help guarantee that it dries flat. And I know this is a clean surface, so it's not going to stain. Just gotta be heavy. Alright. Room for one more. Figure this deer. The hair I love so much that I kind of want to wait until I am absolutely certain of all the effects before committing. I like these little pins. They've got that protection. So I learned from that is you need more gel than you think. Coverage. These edges are hard, I have to say. I'm glad I chose to leave the paper bigger because I could see how if you were trying to affect the exact size, it might be a little harder. The watercolor paper that I used was 9x12, and these are 8x10, which was nice because it meant that I could pick the nicest part of since I was doing experimental papers and I wasn't really thinking anything for composition, I was just dropping colors into them for fun, which ended up working out great. At first I was worried because they did, I've done watercolor drawings and I take a lot of thinking. These were more for fun. Just making sure. So this is the corner I'm doing. I'm going to put this here for a second. Get this area. Yeah, and I've seen you can leave them like this where they're just mounted, or one can resin coat them or not. You can put them behind glass. Some people even forego glass and just use this as an extra good support. So as your kind of modern way of painting on the wall. This is my measurements. Wait. This side. Glad I caught it while the stuff is still wet. Because once it's dry, it ain't coming off. I think I have to recut it. See, there's air bubbles. So it's a learning experience. have the keys. I just gotta make sure I don't get any of this on that masonry. Yeah. Not a fun discovery after. So I want me to look. We'll have this label. Kind of a split. Sure. This whole process. Much better. Pretty close. Normally, if I wasn't working here, I could have music. I did read this about if you want to wait the corners. Seems a tiny bit crooked, but then again, so is the gears, so I think this is probably fine. Really growing up, creative quarantine has given me a real appreciation for the versatility of the glass jar. Previously, I would just use it to coat paintings or to mix mica into, but I'm having a lot of fun. Let's see. Let's just I'm sure. All right, well, we shall see how those turn out. Hey there, here we are. It is Creative Quarantine Day 15. I'm here after having left the watercolors that I showed yesterday, where I covered them with glue and I mounted them onto aluminum. Now we're seeing how they dry. I'm removing the weights now. That's a little off screen, but I'll bring it over and show you in just a sec. So I had put some weights down on it after putting some glue. Here is the watercolor. It is fully mounted. I checked it before leaving that the corners, and I added a little bit of glue on the corners. Looks like it's mostly done. So I gotta cut away the excess and we'll see how it looks. I'm pretty happy with it, I think. I forgot to tape myself cutting the deer one. That one came out fantastic. I'll show you just a moment how that one. You know, from the deer one that took me a couple of tries to get all edges smooth. And that's pretty easy though. The aluminum's nice and smooth to cut against. And this one was really important to me because I want to mount it with resin later today, which I will also. Careful around the corners. This one may need one corner to be glued. That's okay. Sometimes the acrylic equals something else. I'll make sure it's as even as possible because you can see the edges and this kind of thing. But I also want to leave it because I don't want to risk any of it showing at the front. You can see that acrylic gel acts as a glue. Just here. There we go. Oh wow. See? Now it is completely stiff. 100% flat. And that's pretty nice. So what I can do is put a hanger on that. It makes for a nice wall hanging. You want to see the deer? Can you grab that for a sec? Put that back just so I don't want to step on the knife. Be not a cool. So I hung the deer up. Here's the deer. You can see it's 100% like stiff. It's a really cool effect, honestly. I've seen some people don't coat them. My intention was to coat this. And then on the back, I found these plastic hangers. They hold up to 3 pounds. You can just pop them on the back. They work really well, honestly. I looked at other solutions. A lot of people, I guess they glue wood back here and then they screw in things. But I found that the plastic hangers, they don't look fantastic from behind when you're looking at them, but they certainly work just fine. And like I said, they hold 3 pounds, and this is not not anywhere close to 3 pounds. It's aluminum, so it's actually quite light. I wouldn't even say this is a pound. But there you have it, mounting the watercolor paper. Pretty happy with the results.
Hello, everybody. Good to have you back. Been working on this since yesterday. Inspiration came from my trip on the bus. Looking at this man looking out the window, and I thought, what if I did? I'll be looking out the window, and he's doing it to reflecting on his life in the past and that sort of thing. I like to work with chalk, as you can see, because chalk gives a nice tone and highlights. I enjoy painting as well. Only thing is just picking up colors and trying to understand colors is not that easy. So it's a little time consuming for me. Whereas I just grab a marker. I'm sorry, a piece of chalk or a pencil and get right down to it. I want to give a nice shout out to the leaves as well, a fellow artist. And of course, Pancho for giving me the tip. As much as I've been doing art, pencil, graphite, pens, as much as I've been doing these things, as well as with pastel, I never really, I learned it on my own, I wasn't taught, but there's tricks to these things, and one of them that I actually kind of pay attention to is layer, and the thickness of the chalk I use. I use this thing right down to dust, and I limit myself only because it's on paper. So when I do it on paper, I have a tendency, it warps the paper and changes it up a little bit. So it makes it a lot harder to work with once it's done. But I did want to add more layers to this piece. And of course, when doing something like this, get yourself a sturdy easel. I improvise a lot, so I'd probably be doing this on the floor anyway. As an artist, you just improvise and you just make do with what's there. So the only thing with this is the unsteadiness of it. And I'm only doing this now because I'm not trying to get an exact facial match. I just want to capture a moment. And I learned early on that you really want to get to the point of your delivery with art. I spent a lot of time detailing work, portraits, and things like that, which look great, but don't hold as powerful a message. Oh, another advantage I have is I can switch hands, so I can go either way. I'm ambidextrous, luckily, so I actually draw with both hands. And when I'm on this side, I switch over to my left side, to my left hand to draw. And that helps as well. The downside to it is you find yourself doing things like brushing your teeth with both hands, because you can't do it with one hand. Being ambidextrous or so focused on it. And here I am doing some raindrops. So sometimes when you play white off white, you have to set aside for a little halo of some kind, like I did with the black, so as not to disrupt that. And then you never want the foreground and background competing with each other, like so. So what I do is I down it, excuse me a second. I tone it down with one of my favorite things to use, tissue paper. I use tissue paper or I use my hands actually. And I want to get the illusion, the impression that it's raining cloudy outside. And I leave it up to the viewer's interpretation of what he's reflecting on. But as I'm drawing it, it's a reflection of a long life, a hard worker, worry, despair, integrity, all that good stuff when it comes to doing a portrait piece like this or a character piece. And it's important for this guy to be relatable in pretty much every language. I want everybody to look at it and say, oh, it reminds me of so-and-so, and go from there. Because in the end, we all have family members who look like this, who have lived in the mountains, who just come from a rich culture. And with me, it's Puerto Rico, in my family, way back. But come from a nice long line of artists. I hear my dad was good. So I guess that's where I got that from. But the good thing about being self-taught is you're not really constrained by laws. You learn things as you go along. And of course, through trial and error. And even at my age, as I'm getting up there with age, I would still take the advice of a 10-year-old if they knew how to do a technique, or if I saw myself doing something wrong, or if they see me doing something wrong with the art, try a new thing. But you're never too old to be taught new tricks, so you allow yourself that growing space. And that's where I am. I learned something new, even with this quarantine, and we're only on day 3. I learned about layering and the intricacies of some of these designs. The detail is mind-blowing. And just looking at the way they detail the work of the artist is a learning experience for me. So while I try to do this quick, I still have more details to add to it. But again, I don't want to miss the point of what this person is trying to do. I mean, of the subject matter. By adding so much detail. When I said about the foreground competing with background, that's one thing I had to learn early on, is when you're doing a piece, not to make sure that you're not so busy in the foreground and busy in the background, so where they're competing against each other and your point kind of gets lost in the details. I had to learn that a while back, but I was doing that for years. So now I just go the opposite with whatever that foreground is, and then try to meet it halfway as I go along. I improvise, like I said, with tissue paper. There's all kinds of blending stumps, and I do use the blending stumps, but I use them more for direct portraits. This one is not a particular person, and the blending isn't necessary so much with this. You can see, and I like to go by best comment I heard in art with Pablo Picasso, and they asked him, what is art? And his response, what is not? I thought that was a pretty cool thing, and I go by that philosophy with everything, because when you use that logic or that philosophy, you start to see art in everything around you, everything. So absolutely techniques and things like that, as I'm learning, I am always open to suggestions and understanding. That way, how else do we get better with these certain projects? So that's where I am with this. I will layer it up some more. I'll add a little more detail to it. Here, and I'll add black to this to make it blacker than the black paper that it came on. But I also learned not to use black all the time when you're trying to do contrast. Sometimes the contrast, you can do it with dark colors, and you don't have to go directly to the color black, because once you do that with the black, it's a done deal. You really can't do much more layering or mixing or adding when you add the black. And plus it makes it so that the light bounces off of it, and you really don't see it the way you want to with any kind of lighting. So as much as I like Sharpies, black Sharpies and that sort of thing, that's the only thing, is that they're very deflective, or they shine to the point that you really can't see it unless you're standing at a certain angle. With chalk, I love working with chalk, especially soft pastels like Louise, the artist, had mentioned. It's easier to blend with. I'm not a fan of oil pastel. I don't know why. It just seems hard to work with, hard to blend with. Almost like crayons. I did some crayon projects, but as far as blending, when I want to get a nice blend, automatically I can just come down here and work my way around and start with the blends on this hero's face, this gentleman's face here. And you're able to work around. And also, the downside to this would be how important it is to keep it untouched. Because like chalk in school, all this work will erase with one swipe of the hand. So as much as I love to work with pastels and chalk, especially on chalkboard, on poster board like this, that's the only thing I don't like about it, is handling the mess and the smearing part. But I did get taught some techniques that I will sound testing with this and have some fun with it. If it bombs, you just keep working, try it out again. I always think of things like what it took to get certain projects done, what they had to go through. I didn't know, for example, Walt Disney was rejected, 300 times before they finally said, okay, we'll give you we'll try that idea of a theme park with animals, making it Walt Disney what it is today. But in the end, it's about perseverance. It's how bad you want it, how much you want to do this. Because I can tell you right now, I had muscle fatigue all day, and every bone in my body just wants to hit that bed, curl up, and pass out. But there's things to be done. They're not going to do these shows. When I wake up, there they are staring at me. So try to bang them up. And as far as this piece, I'm having fun with it. I listen to music that has to match. The music has to match what I'm doing too. It has to match the theme. I don't put it on now because of the background music, but when I'm doing something like this gentleman here, I would be listening to some folk music from Puerto Rico in the 50s, 40s, 50s, 60s, and so on. Not recent. And that's what I would be listening to now, so I can get a feel of what exactly of his time, more or less. And the portrait adds a little more accuracy. So it's kind of like time pieces. And as I go along with this, I just draw the guy. And a lot of my pieces aren't pre-planned. I just go along, and I probably change what my intention was about 10 times. I start off thinking I'm going to do one thing, and I end up doing a whole different thing. Because I changed my mind, my mood changed, everything changed at that moment. So it makes it a little kind of like layering. And that's the plus to layering. Layering meaning that it's not over with just one step here. This is my first step, which is pulling it all together. Look at it. I show it to my rabbit. I have a pet rabbit. And she's right here next to me watching this whole thing. She's like hanging out in the bar. It's funny because she's a black rabbit and this white dust just falls on her. So it looked like she was just rolling in snow. And I have to quickly get it off of her. But here I am. And the reason why I use this, like I said yesterday, I like to use white off of black because it adds to impact. Makes it more impactful, more in depth to me. Makes it so that the person is in deep thought and then you just show that with just colors or with just the black. So again, this, I'm debating this side here. I'm not sure if I want to leave a lot of dead space, but at the same time, I don't want to add too much detail, so I don't know. I have time to figure that out. I do hope that y'all see me doing this as I go along. And this is also important, and the reason why when I go on a trip in Springfield, like I said, I'm still a tourist in my mind. Even though I lived here a couple of years, I'm still in tourist mode. And I sit back and observe people. When I'm on the bus, I observe people. I don't even know people. I'll listen to them when they're talking. Some of them talk so loud, and I get ideas based on their conversations. I'm always vigilant, paying attention. And then I have something to talk about on my way home. I try to base it so that even if I went to the store, what would I write about? What kind of story would I have? Other than Frankie went to the store, bought some things, came home, done. Okay. What else happened? And I had, experiences along the way, and that's what makes it more interesting as you go along. When I drove across the country, a couple of times, I drove to California, from Massachusetts, from Atlanta, and everyone told me, oh my God, why would you do that when you can just take a plane and get there in 6 hours? And my answer to that was, yeah, but I wouldn't have gone through every single state. I wouldn't have stopped along the way. I wouldn't have gone through Texas, their desert, Arizona, their deserts. I wouldn't have gone to Mexico along the way. So, point is, it took 52 hours, 50-something hours to get across country, but it was a lot to talk about. And that's what I like. I don't, I guess I could take a plane ride and get to LA, 6 hours, yeah. And I got a bag of peanuts along the way. Interesting. Or I got a drink along the way. I don't know. But it's crazy. So, and these are little things that I like to talk about as experience, as moments, and pass them on. Same thing with art. I tend to do things that there's probably a quick technique to do. I'm sure there is. because I'm a self-taught artist. Everything I learned, I'm not taught, so I'm learning the hard way. Who knows? But in the end, it's the same result. The most important thing is having fun as you do. Have fun along the way. I have about 100 pieces laying around, and I can tell you how I was feeling just about every time that, just about every piece. I can probably tell you the day it happened, how I was feeling at the time it happened. So I attach emotion to my pieces a lot because it turned into therapy. The downside to that is how hard it is to let go of originals, because it's like you let go of a piece of you. So that's where I've always had problems with that, getting rid of originals when they ask for pricing and things like that. I have more fun doing the piece, and that's what I focus on. Listening to the music and enjoying what you're doing to make a piece more enjoyable. Same with portraits. When I'm doing a portrait, I want to know about the person I'm doing the portrait. Because if I know a little bit about them, I can capture a moment in their face of how they are. Otherwise, I'm just drawing a picture of somebody. And that's where the difference lies. You can draw pictures of things, and it comes out nice. You turn out to be a good draftsman or something. But experiencing while you're working, while you're drawing, that's where it makes for quite a journey behind each piece. And some are easier than others. This one took me about 2 days to put together on the bus ride. But I do have a lot of work pending outside of this one. And the reason why I enjoy this one in particular, one, I get to do it live, but two, it ties me into my culture a little bit. Makes it identifiable with most people. And it has that mass appeal. When I say mass appeal, when I met many people, mass appeal, what I mean by that is everyone can relate to it. It reminds them of somebody they know. And like I said, otherwise it's a picture of your uncle, picture of your cousin, picture of somebody, grandfather, that nobody really knows. That's what I get. I even judge his character on his nose, based on his nose, what kind of man this person was. Based on his jawline, his cheekbones, does he have a powerful expression? And trying to say as much as I can without saying anything is the key when it comes to these pieces. Because I've lost a lot of competitions. I've won competitions, but also lost them because I get lost in detail and technique more than the point of the picture or the theme. So you end up steering, and that's nonsense. If you're doing a piece, you pick and choose the important parts of that person, that piece, and make it stand out. Someone had suggested to me a while back on one of the murals I'm going to do in Holyoke, where they said, why don't you do all of the countries on one wall? that's over 130 something countries. That's a lot of countries. And I will miss one at some point. So I narrowed it down to continents. There's only 7 continents. But all the world falls under that umbrella of 7 continents. And, you know, things like that, where I caught everything, but I didn't have to necessarily pinpoint every single flag that goes with them. You get the point. And that's where I learned. That's what I had to learn. My whole life, really, was that. Wrong one. My whole life I had to learn the hard way how to do certain things. Which is the good and the bad with the art. And the best thing that happened to me when it came to this brain injury, because, you know, I lost sense of taste, not relevant to what I'm doing now, but I lost sense of taste, and a lot of things happened along the way, but it also gave me neuroplasticity. Neuroplasticity is the ability to rewire and kind of thrive on what you're doing. And that's why I am with these pieces. Before my brain injury, I think I was doing 1 or 2 a year. After brain injury, 5 a month. So it gets ridiculous and you're so cluttered. As all of you artists know, you have a house full of art everywhere. And I think that's the best blessing for me, is this mess of art as a reminder that, hey, you're producing too much versus you're not producing enough. And that's always, that's a good thing to do, is have too much versus too little. So that's why I'm with this piece. I will add to it, but I just wanted to capture a moment more than anything else with this man, so that the viewer will sit there and analyze, study it, how the man was feeling at the time. And it's just with a couple of gestures that I wanted to accomplish this piece. So I do hope you guys enjoy it. And if you have any suggestions, ideas, tips, whatever would help, I'm all open for it. Okay? Have a good one.
Well, y'all, we are at that time. It's the 6 hour, 16-minute section of the show. It's been a long Sunday, nice conversations, visit from Mr. Charles Bibbs.
It was pretty fabulous today.
Hope you guys enjoyed the enlightened information from most of the artists today, and especially our guest, Mr. Bibbs.
Mm-hmm.
And also Rosemary Tracy Woods gave some solid information today. So
yes.
I learned a lot today. My head is grown a little bit.
I know, it's like no, there was some really great conversations today, and just some, and loved all the feedback from our gallery. That's what we're going to call them now, our gallery. Loved all the feedback from the gallery, and just everything. I thought the conversations were pretty magnificent. So love what we did today. This was totally different from all of our other days. So I enjoyed all the conversations.
Yeah, I felt like doing something that had a Sunday feel to it.
Mm-hmm.
But we're going to keep on trying to come up with some new things. We got a week and a half. What could happen? A lot of things can happen in a week.
Lots of things can happen. I'm trying to get cracking.
We got to get cracking because the time is disappearing fast.
It is disappearing.
I got to pick up my creative pace this coming week.
And you have to, I was like, Pancho got to show me the dry brush thing. So
what you want to know about the dry brush thing?
Well, because like I said, I want to do, now these are oils. These are oils though. But I figured, they've been dry for several years, so I can do anything on them.
You sure can.
So these are oils, and what I want to do is because it's not heavy texture, but I want to do like the dry brush, go over them with that nice color, and just do some fun stuff with it.
Well, we can do that. Are you going to go right over what you have, or are you going to paint it black with gesso and then start fresh?
Oh, I didn't even think about that. I don't have any black gesso. I know you guys are black gesso kings. I've never been a
I
black
use black gesso more than I use paint.
I know.
Carla Jones, thank you for all the conversation. They see you next time. That's right, Carla. You have a good night. Thank you for tuning in and hanging out with
See you, Carla.
Hello, Carol Gray. Beautiful day. Love the artist conversations. Fantastic. Thank you for listening to them. We're trying to come up with some different stuff. If you guys got any ideas for us.
You know what I wanted to say? If you guys are painting along with us, send us a couple of your pics.
That sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, send us a couple of your pics. Let us post it. Goddess Mother sent me a couple of hers, and I'm gonna put them tomorrow. We'll show some of Goddess Mother.
Fantastic.
So, I didn't think about just painting over it because I do like it.
You gotta be careful though, because you said the oil.
Right, because I do like it. So I think I just want to dry brush it as it is.
You can spray some flat enamel on top of that.
Mm-hmm.
And you still might be able to go over it, but you can't go acrylic over top of oil.
I know. So that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking I might want to just try dry brushing with some oil.
That'll work.
On top. So I might want to. So when you say dry brush, are you just using a brush that's dry?
I'm using a big round brush. Let me see.
Okay.
I got to go in the back of the studio real quick.
I don't know if I have one big round brush, but I don't use oil. Oh boy.
All right, I got you a round brush you can look at here.
Okay, let me see. Oh, so you're using
you want it to be round, because if you use a square brush, you'll leave a line. And all you're doing is you turn it to the side and you're getting the high points.
Okay. So this is too round, huh?
Too much brush. You need something that's flat but a round bristle tip.
All right. So that's the fable or whatever.
That's right.
All right. So I do have one. I have some of those over there in my oil paint brush section.
Carol Carson, yes, I would love to see what you're painting. Why don't you send us some pictures of it?
Yes.
Why don't you contact us?
You can send it to me.
Yeah, send it to her, and we'll put it up on the screen and show folks what the folks in the
gallery's doing.
Gallery are doing. That's right.
So send it. Go on my Louise Cutler Studio page or Louise Cutler page and message it to me, and I will grab it and bring it over. I think I should be able to download those, right?
You can also post to the Creative Quarantine page too.
Yes, post to the Creative Quarantine page, and we'll grab them so we can show people what you guys are doing. Exciting. So yeah, because I was gonna play with these tonight. Well,
at least you got energy tonight. I'm going to try to stay here until I finish one thing. I got to finish one thing tonight.
Well, that was just it. I didn't get done what I wanted.
I was on this all day. Had no breaks today. So
right, and that was just it. I didn't have time to do what I wanted to do, and I did get to play around with some resin a little bit, but I didn't get to do what I want. The other stuff that I wanted to do today.
Yeah, I saw your table action today.
I know. I was.
But it's Sunday. It's Sunday,
right?
So,
and I got to repair a canvas. It's got a little slit in it.
Yeah.
From way back when.
Well, hey, we're going to sign off for tonight, y'all, till tomorrow. So for those of you that have been watching, thank you so much.
Yes.
We got another whole week of more information and more storylines next week.
More. See you guys next week.
That's right. Peace out.
I can't hear you.